told y'all this was going to be my section right here. No, they've been doing this for a minute, and, you know, they just keep pushing and pushing and pushing to bring coding to Mississippi. And, you know, so proud of this. Y'all should be super proud that y'all can. Did my New Orleans come out? Can you hear it? You can? All right, okay. All right. Y'all should be really proud to have them with you, amongst you. So once again, let's make a whole bunch of noise again for Kayla and Richard.
I'm Mike.
And this wonderful venue. All the people that are involved in this wonderful venue. It's a beautiful space. It's amazing. So I'm really excited. Okay, now we have to take care of some stuff. So up here, I don't want to see Michael. Come on. We don't want to see Michael yet. Hey, and you know what? I'm going to make sure when y'all remind me to make fun of him. He's the only one who used an AI-generated picture. Y'all notice that? That was sad. Remind us of that. Oh, Naranda, look at that. No, that's the drawing. We'll let that go. Mr. Patel, you, Carl, see that? Normal people. So when we see Michael, okay, that's good. Taylor Desseyn!
Thanks, brother. What's going on, y'all? Good morning, good morning. Hold on. I gotta press something. Let me try this again. See if it pops up. Love that awkward pause. So as this is pulling up, you know, I'm from Nashville. Has anybody been to Nashville recently? Yeah, a few of y'all? Cool. Also, I realized I need to actually look at my internal notes, so I'm gonna take this slide off and make it here very, very soon. But, so when you're in Nashville, I'm gonna introduce myself in a second, but when you're in Nashville, has anybody been to like a writer's round where you watch people play singer-songwriter? No, nobody, just me? Okay. All right, so I moved to Nashville to do music, and typically when you go to these venues and it's like a writer's round, they always say, and you're usually there to hear an artist sing one song, and they're like, well, hey, I'm gonna play a new one. What's everybody's reaction when they say that? They're like, damn, this is the new talk. So. Here we go. Yes, this is a brand new talk. I wrote this talk this week, actually. I got in one of those deep state moods that we all talk about, and I wrote 2 talks in about an hour, and this is one of them. So real quick background about me. My name is Taylor Desseyn. I'm from Nashville, Tennessee. I've been in the talent advocacy, I like that word a lot better. It's like Ken said, talent advocacy space for 12 years. I'm also, you could also say I've been a recruiter for 12 years. And so I've become fascinated with content creation, and especially since COVID happened, right? We were all stuck at home. I think it was a little easier to network pre-COVID, but let's face it, networking sucks, right? Networking is like you show up at these things, you're terrified to talk to somebody, you just watch all these slides all day, and you don't talk to anybody and you go home. So we're gonna change that real quick. So everybody pull out their phones real fast. Pull out your phones, pull out your phones. Everyone's got a phone, I need to see it move. Pull out your phones. Open up LinkedIn. Open up LinkedIn. And connect with the person to the left or right of you real fast. Go. Left or right of you real fast. All right, cool. We'll stop there. So the reason why I do this is because I really feel like we all do not take advantage of conferences. We just don't, right? And this is something I struggle with. Anybody in here an introvert? Raise their hand. Who is an extrovert when they have a lot of cold brew? Raise their hand. Yeah, that's where I'm at right now. So if you want to talk to me, now's the time to do it. When I close at 4:30 this afternoon, don't talk to me, okay? We're just going to set the tone now. Let's be friends now. It's like a Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde situation. So I really feel like people underestimate networking. So listen, if there's one thing you get out of this talk, it's not even content creation. It's literally the fact of the matter is people here want to connect with you. Let me say that again. People that took their time on a Tuesday want to be here. And I know it's intimidating, right? There are some people here that are very senior. There are people here that are very junior. But what happens is a lot of us just show up and we just sit in our chair all day and we leave. You did not take advantage of this conference. I wouldn't even show up if you're going to do that. I'm just going to say it now. I support Kayla. Please show up moving forward. But all I'm saying is that if I were you, don't even waste your time showing up if you're just going to sit in your chair all day and not talk to anybody. So I'm just going to leave that there. Second thing is, oh, excuse me, I'm getting over a head cold over a week and a half, so bear with me. I do want to say this as I'm back to myself. I've been at it for 12 years. I've placed over 600 engineers in a job over my career. I've scaled teams everywhere I've been at. And one thing that I'm fascinated with, like I said, is content creation. When COVID hit, we had no way to communicate to people. We had no way to really bring awareness to what we do. And the only way to do that was the internet. Right? The internet is the great unlock. The internet is the way to get your ideas out to the public. So, because this is a new talk, I'm not going to stray away from my computer that much. So what's content? Right? What is content? Content, I'll tell you this much, it's not the boogeyman. Right? Some of y'all get so weirded out by putting things out on the internet, it's unreal. Right? Content is just putting things out on the internet. Right? And also, by the way, this talk, you're not gonna become a content creator at the end of this. Right? So if you were like really dialed into becoming a content creator, this is not some sort of certificate class. This is just to kick you in the butt to get going. That's what this talk's for, right? So content, what is it? It's just putting things out on the internet. Let me ask you this. How many of y'all have posted on any sort of social media platform in the last 24 hours? Raise your hand. All right? How many of y'all have put out educational work content on the internet in the last 24 hours? Raise your hand. Look around. 2 people, 3 people. Raise your hand. Come on, what's this crap? It hurts. We have massage. We got sports. We need a sports massage next year in this room. Right? 3 people in this room in the last 24 hours have put out educational content. When the last question I asked, about 90% of the room have put out content on the internet in the last 24 hours. So what does that tell me? There's a huge disconnect between the two, and that's what I want to encourage you to do. And again, at the end of this conversation, you're not going to be a Mr. Beast. You're just not, right? And some of you guys are like, who the hell is Mr. Beast? All right. All right. So one of the things I get asked a lot is, do you create? What Taylor? I don't know what to create. That's the problem. You don't create. So many people are sitting at home like, I gotta because TikTok is like the ultimate, like Instagram, TikTok, social media is the comparison game, right? There's always that somebody's gonna have more followers than you. There's always somebody's gonna be doing more cooler things than you. But at the end of the day, all I ask you to do is don't create. I would say creation of content and sitting down is much later in your journey, right? I'm at the point in my content journey where I have to create. I have to sit and to come up with ideas. But just getting started, it's documenting. So what does documentation look like? All right? Who has learned something, especially all of, Earth guys that are here, who has learned something in the tech space, in the development space over the last 24 hours or at least a week? Raise your hand. Can somebody shout out one thing they've learned? What? Flutter? Like specifically just developing a mobile app? Great. What did you learn about Flutter? Great. Okay. Post that to LinkedIn. Yeah, post it on LinkedIn. Thank you for attending my talk. No, but that's it. That's it. Right? Who else has learned something technically in the last week? Raise your hand. Todd, what'd you learn? Accessibility? What part of accessibility? Okay. No idea what that means, but I posted about it. Right? Because what happens when you start posting about the things you are learning, or posting about the things you're making a mistake on, you find your tribe. I met Herb here, that doesn't count, but Herb was on my podcast. And when I just saw Herb, I gave him a big old bear hug. I have not seen it. I'm sorry. Yeah. But it's the power of it, right? Angie, right? I'm gonna call Angie for a second. I've never met Angie in person. I've seen her in the distance. But the relationship was built online. The likes, the comments. Because I put myself out there, she puts herself out there, right? So again, document, do not create. I think the problem is all of us get stuck because all we want to do is focus on creation and that we don't focus on the documentation. Documentation is that easy. All right, so why do we want to create content? Like I just said, we create content to be socially known. Now, I will tell you this, my brother, so if you're listening to talk and you've already zoned out and you're on Twitter, please come back to me for a second. Because I do the same thing. My attention span's terrible. Especially after 2 nights of cold. My brother has 0 social media presence. None. My brother has done a hell of a job finding jobs. My brother just got an offer while he has a job in this economy because he networks, right? Now, I don't like networking. I'm gonna say it. I don't like networking. I'm like, yeah, what the hell are you doing here? I like this. I like speaking to you, right? But listen, in an introvert, I'm gonna cry in a corner this afternoon. That's just the way I am. So, content creation for me is the great unlock when it comes to networking. Why? Because I document what I'm learning, I'm documenting what I'm seeing, and people chime in. For example, I posted something this morning, a little bit of a hot take. I don't think cheddar cheese should be on breakfast sandwiches. American cheese. The melting rate's way better. Cheddar's a little hard, it's a little thicker. The ratio kind of gets messed up, right? Somebody tweeted at me mozzarella. I said, what? You really chose violence this morning. All that being said, hold on, Todd, don't get angry at me. But the fact of the matter is I posted that, and people engaged with me. I had 5 or 6 engineers that commented back on me on Twitter because of it. One girl just followed me that I've been following for a bit, and I've wanted to connect with her. She did say she almost didn't follow me because of that tweet. But the fact of the matter is I connected with a stranger because I tweeted about the type of cheese on breakfast sandwiches. Do you guys not understand that to do that in person tactically, you have to go and shake every person's hand individually and ask them that question and connect with them? Putting yourself online is the great unlock. But again, caveat, you don't have to do it. You don't have to do anything I say right now. But I want to encourage you because I would not be where I'm at in my career right now if it wasn't for the things I put on the internet and had the opportunity to be in rooms and conversations that I never would have dreamed about. Any questions as I like do the whole scamper back to my computer? No questions? You guys are all learning? Cool. All right, so by the way, what's my cutoff on this? Time? 9 something? Great. All right, for the next 6 hours, strap in. All right, so let's see here. How do you start, right? What do you want to be known for? Right now, one of the biggest things, especially junior devs, they're like, well, I don't know anything. Like, I don't want to be known for something. I don't know anything. Here's the deal. I know junior developers that consistently post on the internet about React, about what they failed to do or what they're learning or made a mistake in an interview. Guess what types of jobs they typically get? Right. Nobody is an expert. I may be an expert in like a sliver, but no one's an expert with everything, right? So you gotta be known for something. I know Todd as the lobster accessibility guy. I know Chris DeMars as the horror guy, accessibility guy, right? Like, I know them because they put themselves out there and they become known for something. It's incredibly, incredibly important, right? One of the questions I get too is like, what's my voice when it comes to social media? Like, how should I talk? Listen, I'm gonna be honest, that's just gonna take a minute to figure out. I don't know if it was curse there, curse, so I'm trying to cut it out back a little bit. Like, that's gonna take some time. You could be funny. Listen, there are recruiters out there online that are way funnier than I am. What I realized early on in my content career is I wanted to be educational. I'm not the recruiter that's on TikTok that does all these hot takes. Confrontation makes me nervous. I'm a 3 on the Enneagram. Any 3s on the Enneagram here? When we're not in a good spot, we go to a 9, which is peacemaker, and then like we don't like arguments, right? So I'm not going to be the guy that's going to be out there trying to argue with you online. I'm not the guy that's really good with memes and GIFs. But you know what I'm really good at? Is breaking things down to where you can really understand it and take it away with you and implement it immediately. That's what I've learned how to be. So don't try to be somebody you're not online. If you're not funny, that's okay. I'm not either. My wife tells me I'm not. Right? But it's gonna take time. The fact of the matter is listen, if you all start posting, if you get all fired up and it's like, yo, I'm gonna go post on the internet now. No one's gonna listen to you for about 6 months. They're not. But also, are you gonna go try to train for a marathon? Are you gonna go run a marathon tomorrow? Tyler's over here running triathlons. If I try to do a triathlon tomorrow, my body would like fall off. I'd look like that skeleton out there. But if I wanna train for a triathlon, what do? I'm probably gonna call up Tyler, say, hey bro, you got some tips for me? And I'm gonna start training. I'm gonna start walking a mile. Right? I'm gonna do a tricycle for a few miles. I'm gonna swim with some floaties. Right? You don't just jump in to content creation and become Mr. Beast, like I said. It takes some time. But I'm telling you, it's the great unlock when it comes to connections. I'll go ahead and wrap up here in a few minutes. Real quick, if you are interested in a content calendar, so what that means is, what do you post on what days? I think some people have a lot of problems with this, right? Even though I tell you document, people have problems with this. So if you have something to write down, and you're interested in my talk still, and you haven't zoned out, you're liking people's stuff on Instagram, here's what I would say. Or here's what I would do, but I can also make it out for an engineer too. Right, so I said for Monday, when I started, I wanted to speak at job seekers. Right, so Mondays, if you're an engineer, I would post, hey, what have I learned lately? What have I learned lately? Right, Tuesdays, I wanted to speak to hiring managers. So I posted about posting things to hiring managers on Tuesdays. If I was an engineer, you know what I post on Tuesdays? Things I'm really struggling with. From an engineering perspective, I'm not saying your life thing, that's a whole other conversation. Don't do that. Wednesday, I wanted to talk about content like this. So I talked about it on Wednesdays. What I would talk about if I were you, I would talk about trends in the market maybe you're seeing. Hey, or something you're experiencing as a junior, you're having really problems like going through interviews, it's really tough, yada yada. Thursdays, I would talk back at job seekers because that was my main audience. For Thursdays, what I would do if I were you, I would probably do something along the lines of an accomplishment, a milestone, right? Or maybe even something that you've read or listened to, right? One of the greatest unlocks when it comes to content creation is tagging other people. If I were you, I would create content for every single speaker here on Twitter. Instead of write them down in your notebook, make a Twitter real fast, X, oh, it's always Twitter. And what I would do is I would tweet thread. Does anybody know how to do a tweet thread? If not, Google it. And what I would do is I would do it per speaker. And I would just summarize their talk. Because I would say this, what happens is that I'm gonna retweet you, Angie will retweet you, I'll retweet you, and then all of a sudden you start getting followers and you start getting attention. And also too, if you come up after me and you tweet my entire talk, you've given me something, so I'm gonna give you something. See how that works? So just an idea. Any questions as we wrap up here? Last minute or two? Yes. Yes, post every day. Once a day. I'm not asking for 50 times a day like I do. I'm once a day. And I would start on LinkedIn, by the way. I know I've mentioned Twitter. Twitter is an animal in and of itself. In and of itself. I could do an entire talk just on Twitter and how to navigate it. but I would start posting once a day on LinkedIn. And what does that look like? Block off time in your calendar. Be intentional. My talk this afternoon around interviewing is being intentional. One thing I'm in a season of my life right now about intentionality with friends, intentionality with family. And that's the same thing when it comes to the job search and also documentation. Block out your calendar, 8:30 to 9 every day. When I got started, that's what I did, 8:30 to 9. It's not going to take you 30 minutes to make a post, but you need the mental capacity to sit there and think for a second. So that's what I would do. Sweet. Absolutely. Last two things, your gear. It doesn't matter what you have. Rephrase that. Does not matter what you have. A lot of my stuff is on here. Our phones have better gear than what TV was made with like 25, 30 years ago. You realize that, right? There's more technology in this than the first spaceship that went to the moon. Right? You don't need a DSLR, right? I can talk to you about what I have. Buy a $15 Amazon stick that like a tripod, you set your phone up and just start doing stuff. You don't need expensive gear. Well, I have a lot more, but we're going to end it here. So, that being said, listen. Content's a great unlock. I just want to get that across to you. You could do nothing. You could leave today and be like, oh, Taylor was cool. He was really hyped up. Kind of scared me a little bit. That's fine. But I will tell you this. I saw this on TikTok the other day. You are 100 posts away from LinkedIn on opening up some serious doors in your career. But like I said, my brother has no social media presence, and he has done incredibly well. So I don't want this to be like a peer pressure situation, right? No peer pressure at all. It's a safe place. But at the end of the day, if you want to start being in rooms and conversations that you never dreamed of to help elevate your career, content creation is where to go. Thanks, y'all.
Yes, good. All right, y'all, once again, Taylor. Give it up. Give it up. There he is. Just to bounce off of something that he said was, actually, for something he said he just put together, dude, it was relatively insightful. I'm impressed. No, something he said that was amazing. Last summer, I did the conference in Portland, and I forget they started meshing together. What's that one called again? The ReactCon? Something like that. Great. So I literally, and my Twitter is boring. It is just my speaking stuff, and it's me saying rude things to people. That's it. But I landed in New Orleans after doing a conference in Portland, and there was a conference in New Orleans, UConn, whose MC had dipped. Didn't show up or whatever had happened. So it wasn't through, LinkedIn or, Twitter or anything. Somebody at the conference mentioned that their speaker, their MC, didn't show up. Somebody who knew them, Gant Laborde, says, wait, I'm landing, and Gant's saying, what are you doing? Trying to go home, bro. Brother got to go back and teach school. And he says, nah, you got to be downtown Thursday. So I landed like Wednesday and showed up at another conference. That didn't happen because, I had a LinkedIn account or anything, or Twitter or anything. It happened that Taylor talked about reaching out to people. Somebody knew Gant, Gant knew me knew new person. So make sure that you interact with the people here. Make sure that you talk to them. You never know. You don't know. This dude is a multi-millionaire. Did y'all know that? Did anybody know this dude's a multi-millionaire? Did anybody know that? You didn't? I know, because I lied. I made that up. But we don't know. You don't know who you're going to interact with. So make sure that you make contact with the people. Okay. We're going to take a couple of minutes on the break. I'm going to ask my Coding Academy folks. Y'all are awesome. Y'all would be more awesome all up in here. Right? So, wait, where my boy at? Where you at? What's his name? Herb. All right, so after the break, after y'all get a snickle snackle, come on back and join us, all right? So what do you think? Richard, 3-minute break for him? 3-minute break. See y'all in a bit.
change. Fill my soul, your words set me free. Take me wherever I wanna be.
We
my
were.
harmony.
The switcher just needed to be rebooted, I think.
So deep in love, where do we go wrong? I won't lie to you, darling. My heart is broken. My soul is vacant, and I can't go on. So when I walk away, just let me go, 'cause I can't bear this conversation, no. So when I walk away, just let me go, I say a prayer for you, darling. Let me go.
Yeah. So you guys are playing ready for Yeah. No idea. I'd heard it. I was like, I can't remember. Talk to Richard. He has a playlist, and so it's whatever's on the playlist. So I do the task. Yep. My current go-to, I'll say, is Splendor. Splendor. Is it your or door? No, you're actually, well, it's sort of, you collect gem mines, and so you're trying to out-collect gem mines over everybody else and get like 15 victory points. It's pretty silly. Yeah.
So when I walk away,
Yeah.
The equivalent of the flashing lights in theater. Make your way back to your seat. The equivalent of flashing lights in a theater. Blink, 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 blink. Make your way back.
deep in love, where do we go wrong? I won't lie to you, darling. My heart is broken. My soul is vacant, and I can't go on.
Welcome back. Welcome back. Thank Oh, they can't. They sat down. Thank y'all. I appreciate it. Thank you. Everybody coming in? Good job. Good job. Okay, our next speaker loves board games. I asked the favorite board game. He is currently involved. You are currently involved in a board game called
My current favorite is Splendor.
Splendor. Does anybody know the board game Splendor? Look, see, look. Look at them. You got 3 Splendorites in here, bro. Wait, where are the Splendorites again? Raise your hand if you know Splendor.
Yeah,
Okay, wait, I'm gonna check. Wait, I'm gonna find out. What's your goal in Splendor? So, liar. Got a liar. Why you haven't played Splendor? You're trying to be cool. Are you like games? All right, go ahead. Who's the Splendorite? Who else? What's your goal? There it is, collecting of the gems. Collecting of the gems. Unbelievable. Trying to join the cool train of Splendor. All righty. Now, this may come as a shock to you. Our next speaker really, really, really likes unicorns. I asked him to tell me something cool. We really like unicorns.
Yeah,
Awesome. Do you have one?
I have several.
That's what I thought. Let me guess. You keep them in your Splendor game, don't you?
No, they went.
Unbelievable. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, bang your hands together for Mr. Alex Riviere.
Hello, everyone. I am mildly stressed out today because I am also running video back there, so I'm like doing double duty. Thank you, Richard, for taking over while I give this talk. My name is Alex Riviere. I am a senior front-end developer for NextCore Food and Food Safety Systems. It's a new job. I'm still learning the name. Sorry, Bob. With this job, I get to work a lot with design systems. I've also previously worked at employers where we've built design systems for other companies. And one of the things that I discovered early on about design systems is, as a lone developer, sometimes it's very daunting, this idea of design systems, because we talk about design systems and they're very big, right? First question usually is, what is a design system? I'm peeking a little bit, I think. When we talk about design systems, what are we talking about? And they're very interesting subjects. I am not an expert on this, so I went scouring the internet. And I found this amazing article that literally answers that question for me from Dan Mull called, What is a Design System? And I was like, oh, this is perfect. It has a whole bunch of quotes. It has a whole bunch of like outline stuff. I emailed Dan and I said, hey, Dan, I'm going to do a talk. I would like to use your article as the first half of my talk. And Dan was like, great, go for it. I'm like, thank you. So we're going to sort of go through his thoughts on it, and I'll kind of interject some of my own as well. So the first thing that he points out is that he says there are multiple people who have written books on design systems, so what sorts of things do they say? So here's Alla Kolmatov, who says a set of connected patterns and shared practices coherently organized to serve the purposes of a digital product. Andrew Caldwell says design systems bring order and consistency to digital products. They help to protect the brand, elevate the user experience, and increase the speed and efficiency of how we design and build products. And Marco Suarez also says a collection of reusable components guided by clear standards that can be assembled together and to build any number of applications. So it sounds like we got like sort of a thing that's like very like design with Legos, right? Like that's sort of the idea that we're going for. There are also some people who have worked with design systems and have written blog posts and, you know, have commented on it. Jeremy Keith says the components are the trees, the design system is the forest. Brad Foss says the official story of how your organization designs and builds digital interfaces. Haley Hughes says, any set of decisions governed across an organization, right? Nathan Curtis says, a library of visual style, components, and other concerns documented and released by an individual, team, or community as code, and design tools so that adopting products can be more efficient and cohesive. So with all of that, we have all of these people who've sort of talked about what they are, right? And then Dan goes on to say, well, let's make actual definitions of what design and system are. So the definition that he likes to use for design comes from Jared Spool, and he says, design is the rendering of intent. So what is your intention? What are you wanting to achieve? What are you wanting to do? And how do you present that? That is the design. System he pulls from a book, Thinking in Systems by Danielle Meadows. A set of things, people, cells, molecules, whatever, interconnected in such a way that they produce their own pattern of behavior over time. So this is sort of the definition of design and system that we're going to kind of be using. Dan then goes on to say there are 6 types of design systems that sort of exist, right? There's sort of 6 ways that you can use design systems. First one he identifies is brand identities and visual language. Now you may have noticed with my slides, I have a penchant for handwritten fonts. I really love Comic Sans. I really love any sort of handwritten fonts. And so if we look at the visual identity of a lot of my sites, this is my blog. It's very colorful, it's very playful, has a lot of handwritten fonts on it. If we look at my portfolio, which is here, Alex is a very professional portfolio. You can see it loses the handwritten fonts, but everything's at a weird angle, which I do intentionally to upset designers. Then I also have my very professional website that is my full name, alexriviere.com, where I bring back that handwritten font, but it's very minimal, right? And I have sort of a header that's off by 1 degree at the top. And so this is sort of, visual language, visual identities. I'm very playful with how I do things and that sort of stuff, and you can tell I am a very terrible designer, right? So this is sort of a cohesive idea of terrible design and weird design language, and that's what I do. Now, other brands have similar ideas for you have Google with their material design, you have Apple, they have a whole language of how design should look, right? But it's this very cohesive idea of what it should be. The next thing he identifies as a design system is tooling. So tools as a design system. So for instance, Figma, using Figma. You have design systems in Figma. You can build design systems in Figma where you define all of your things. There's a whole catalog of design systems that already exist that you can pull into your Figma files to use as a design system. We also have various component libraries. This is Chakra UI. Chakra UI is for React. There's also a Vue version as well. And I think they may have versions for other frameworks as well, where it's a preset of defined components that look a certain way, and if you can sort of build things using those components. Similarly, we have Vuetify for Vue, which does this with material design. Similar idea, component library, different look though. And these are all tools as design systems. Products as design systems. So sometimes your product is the design system. There's a whole team at Google whose job it is to make material design and then to convince other people to use material design. Similarly at Salesforce, they have an entire design system that is a product that they say, hey, if you use our design system, things will look good. Shopify also has one, Polaris. So if you're doing stuff on Shopify, they're like, you're on Shopify, you want to make it look like Shopify? Here you go, here's how you do that. Process is a design system. This one is a more interesting one, I think. Sometimes it's just what tools do you use and what is the flow of your process? What is your process for filing an issue? How do you file an issue? Maybe your process is you go walk over, you grab somebody and you say, hey, there's a problem, can you fix it right now, right? That's a process. If the process is, hey, file a ticket, and then that ticket gets assigned to a product manager gives it over to a developer fixes it goes to QA does a thing, right? Like you have this whole thing in Jira set up so that everything sort of does this thing. That's a process, right? There's big processes, there's small processes, but Jira is a design system as a process. Similarly, how do you do things on GitHub with Git? How do you like merge changes in? Does everybody just commit to main and hope for the best? Do you create pull requests and then like merge back into main? Do you have like release branches, developer branches? Do you have like tagging systems to be able to do releases and stuff like that? Who knows? But that's all process. Like that's part of the process as well. And sometimes it's just like how things function within your organization. So for instance, like you need a new design thing, who do you go talk to? Do you talk to yourself? Is there a team that you go talk to? Do you have a meeting about it? Do you just send an email? How do you do things with HR? Like that's even sort of a design system in and of itself of like the process of doing things. The last one is design, or this is not the last one, this is the second to last one, design system as a service. There are sometimes within organizations entire teams dedicated to design systems and maintaining them. At Wikimedia, who runs Wikipedia and various other things, they have an entire team dedicated to a design system that is used throughout all of the systems being built by Wikimedia. Sometimes it's using an outside agency or company to provide you a design system, make one for you. This is my former employer, Trina. They make design systems for companies. That's one of the things that they do. Sometimes it's also just hiring a designer. This is my friend Jimena. She doesn't know that I'm putting her website in this slide. I did not ask her. But you know, sometimes it's just hiring a designer and saying, hey, make us a design that works really well that we can use over and over. And then the last one is design system as a practice. And this is the one where it's what do you do over and over and over again, right? Like maybe it is the create an issue, fix the issue, like create an issue in GitHub, fix the issue, make a PR, close the issue, close the PR, done, right? Over and over and over. Maybe it's a pattern that you use in your code. How do you talk to an API? Do you just create a fetch handler every single time, or do you have a system that you're like, hey, go get the data, go change the data, right? And it's that sort of a thing of like, what do you repeat over and over and over and over and over again to make that happen? And so with that, that is everything that Dan has suggested. You now understand how to implement design systems, and we're good, right? That is everything that you need to know. That is the entirety of it. And I don't have to tell you anything else. The question that I always end up with at this point, right? A lot of talks that I've seen stop there. And they don't go, but how do you implement it? Now, I'm usually a person who is working by myself or on a very small team, and a lot of the times the problems of a very large organization such as Microsoft, Facebook, whatever, do not apply to me. I don't have a million developers that I'm trying to keep on the same page. I have 2, maybe 3, maybe just myself. So how does this help me? How does having a design system help me as a single developer by myself working on a single website, right? Like what does this do for me? So let's talk about the smallest design system that we can implement as a developer. Colors. Most of the time, if you're working on a website, you're gonna have a set of colors that you use over and over and over again. Who here has been in a CSS file and has had to like search and replace for a hex code color because you need to change it? Who here has done that? Yeah, I'm getting a lot of hands in the audience. So with design systems, we can eliminate this problem. Now, let me ask another question. Who here has needed to use that same hex code color in CSS and in another language? I got fewer hands, but I still had several hands. So that's sort of the use case that I want to talk about. So this is my former employer, Trina's colors. This is, they did a rebrand. These are their new colors that they're using. I worked on this while I was there, and we implemented an entire design system. And so I took these colors and I said, let's distill this down into just the colors as the design system. And so here they all are. We have foreground colors for text, and we have background colors for backgrounds, obviously. And in theory, you can put sort of anything on anything else, right? Anything can be the background color, and then you can put sort of the other colors on top. The accessibility is not great, sorry, Todd. But that was sort of the challenge, is that we needed to be able to put whatever foreground color we wanted to and whatever background color that we wanted to. And so they're using WordPress for their website. So the issue that we were running into specifically was I needed to be able to get the colors in PHP. I needed to be able to get the colors for the front end in JavaScript. And I needed to be able to get the colors in CSS. So I have 3 languages I am attempting to use the same set of colors in over and over and over and over and over. Now, we can do that hex code search, replace, find and replace anytime that I needed to, right? That is an option. We could do that. We could maintain 3 separate lists of colors if we wanted to. But we have design systems, and this is where design systems benefit us, right? Like, we could use JSON in PHP and in JS, right? A readable way by computers. We could also use custom properties in CSS to use that in JavaScript and in CSS. So I have those available on the front end, but I don't have that in PHP. I can't do JSON in my CSS, right? So this is an issue. So I've got 2 solutions, but I need them to work across 3 different things. So now I'm just maintaining 2 lists of stuff, right? Great, okay, cool. We've reduced it down to 2 lists of things that I need to maintain. But there's an easier way. What I have here is a set of design tokens that we've specified, the colors that I showed you previously. And we need a tool that will allow us to define them in one place and then generate the code to be used in 2 places that can then be used by 3 different languages. There are several tools that do this, which is great because I didn't want to have to invent something. So there's several of these. The one that we're going to be using today is called Style Dictionary. There will be a QR code for the slides at the end, so if you're frantically typing down all of these things, don't worry about it. These are all JavaScript based as well. There are other options available that are not JavaScript, which I didn't go into because I was using Node as my build process, and I was like, I'm not introducing a 4th language into all of this to try to make my life more terrible. So we're using Style Dictionary. All of them work similarly. They all have slightly different syntax. I think there's a working group to try to standardize the syntax between all of them. But a design token file ultimately looks like this. You define sort of a section of values that you want. You have the name of the value that you want it to be, and then within that, you have an object that has a value, and that value is the thing that you want the value to be. The reason that we do it this way is that way within that object there can be metadata. So for instance, you can say, hey, this is of type color, so whatever compiler you're using knows like, oh, this is a color, and I'm going to actually change it to HSL, RGB instead of a hex code, whatever, right? So it does some of the transpiling for you. This is what our token file ended up looking like. We have several different colors, right? We have several different shades of purple. We have several different shades of green. There were a lot of shades of gray that were not in that design file, but they were all like there and needed for sure. So we have a full grayscale of options here. We have a white, we have a black, and we have our error color that was also not defined. So using Style Dictionary, you create a config file for it. This is what our config file looked like. We were able to say, hey, our tokens are over in this tokens file, and you can specify you can put however many JSON files that you want to within that folder, and it will merge all of the values together. Style Dictionary will. So it's super handy if you're like, I have colors here, I have fonts here, I have font sizes here, I have padding here, I have margins here, right? You can get all of those put into separate files so that they're easy to deal with, and then Style Dictionary will merge them all together for you. And then, so that's the source. The platforms are the things that we want to target. Here's the output that I want this to end up in. The first one that we're going to do is that we're going to do a Sass output because we were using Sass for our build system. And I'm specifically going to do it as Sass variables so that I can do what I want to with them. The second one is JSON. So we're doing a JSON. So we already have a JSON file. This will condense it down so that we're not having to do like color.red.value, right? We'll get rid of that value part and it'll condense it down and make it a little bit more succinct. And then each one of these we put through a transform. So this one I'm saying transform group is SCSS, which is a predefined group of things where it's like, oh, you're going to want hex colors and you're going to want variables and you're going to want this thing and you're going to want this thing, right? And it just sort of handles all of that for you. And you can see with the JSON one, I said, no, I want to take control of this. So I specified all of the things that I wanted it to do. And I said I want it to be I want my attributes to be a certain type of way. I want them to be Pascal case instead of kebab case, right? I want them to be a hex color. And I want, if I have any sizes in there, which I don't, but we did, they're going to be in rems instead of pixels, right? So there we go, through all that. We specify our build path and say, once it's built, go put it there. And then we say, here's the file name that I want it to end up as, okay? And so we have our SCSS variable file and our tokens JSON file. And the format is like, what format do you want it to end up in? So before we were just defining like, do transforms on the values. This is the like, how do you want it to end up in the file? So with Sass, I'm doing it as a deeply nested map so that I can iterate over various things. And in JSON, it'll also be a nested object as opposed to like a flat object where it changes all the names to be like color-red, whatever, right? So that's our config file, and this is it. Like this is the full setup for style dictionary. To get style dictionary to work, you then just run style dictionary, build, ta-da, and we're done. So now we have this lovely variable file that has all of our colors. They are specified as variables up here, so if I just want to use the value, I can use the value. But it's also specified as a map down here, so if I want to iterate over the color, just the colors, we can do that. We also have our tokens.json file, which is just a lovely little object full of nice little color values. So, to cover what we've already talked about, just to make sure I didn't forget anything. We created a version that we can use in PHP and JS with our JSON file. We created a version that we can use in CSS and JS with our Sass version that'll get compiled into CSS, and then we can use that in the browser if we need to. And there are more export options. I've only talked about the ones that I needed. You can export for iOS, Android, whatever other language you want. Style Dictionary has a pretty comprehensive list of things that you can transform into. We're not done yet though, right? Because here's the thing, I said a practical implementation. I gave you variable files. I gave you just like dumps of variables, and I said before I had a problem. We're in WordPress land. We're gonna make a WordPress plugin. I need a color picker in WordPress, so we're gonna make a WordPress plugin, I'm sorry. So for those of you who don't know, who here does not know what WordPress is? Let me just double check. Great, it's a blogging system, it's a CMS. I got two hands, good. It's a blogging system, it's a CMS. It gives you a nice interface in the back end that's very nice, and like drop downs and picking things, and you want to put in content, you put in content, and it sort of handles it all for you. So we're gonna make a color picker so that when we go to pick colors, they are our brand colors and not the default ones that come with WordPress. So we have some PHP. Let's get into the practical implementation of this. Now, the first function here is just me reading in the tokens that we have just generated. I'm going to read in the file. I'm going to cache that value in a temporary variable so that the next time that I call this function, it pulls it from that variable rather than reading in the file again. When I found this system, they had been, every time they needed a color value, they would open up a 65,000 line file of CSS, parse through the entire thing, looking for custom properties, save them all into an array, then pick the one that you said, and then the next time that they needed a value, they would open up a CSS file that was 65,000 lines, parse all of it again. Right, I was like, no. You're like, this is slowing things down too much. If we cache the value, we can at least not have to constantly like open up a file and read it. It's a lot faster to just pull it from memory. So this will only work on the one request that we're doing, but that's fine because like that's good enough. We don't need it to be like super performant in that regard. But that's all that this is doing. So anytime that you see TCP return design tokens, we're just getting that object of design tokens that we've defined and putting it into a function that we can use and pull the values that we want. So this is our custom color palette. So this is how we're going to define it for WordPress. WordPress wants things a certain way. So we're going to set it up with an array, and then they want it in this format with the name, the slug, and the color so that their system can use it correctly. So we're just sort of taking our list that we've already made that's just like colors with names, and then we're formatting it the way they want things to be named, and then we all move on with our lives, and it's great. And that's the format there. And then we check to see like, hey, if there's actually stuff in the color palette, so in case we messed up, then we will add theme support for our color palette. And then this is our hook in WordPress to say, hey, when you're setting things up, here's some data that you're going to need at some point. So there we go. Now, we talked about PHP. Here's our Sass file. In WordPress, with their color picker, they need class names in a very specific format to be able to use for color. So, nope, too far. So what I'm doing here is that I am iterating over that list of colors, and then I'm creating a class that says has dash name dash color, and then the color as the property. And so this just generates essentially a list of utility classes that are in the correct format. So I'm iterating over that map. I'm not having to hand code each one. If we add a new color, it automatically gets generated, problem solved. The next thing that we're going to look at is just sort of getting it enqueued. We need to enqueue that CSS file that I just made with all of my Sass stuff. And that's it. It now works. I'm not going to demo it. It's up on GitHub, but that's it. We have now made a practical implementation of a design system within a real code base. We've taken our colors, we have put them into code, and we are done. So that is my talk. Thank you very much. Does anybody have any questions before I go away? Yes.
I'm trying to figure out how to formulate this question, but basically, so at the beginning you had the list of the colors with the text colors, background colors, right? But then your token names were just like, Brit 500,
Yeah.
Brit 600. Do you do anything to connect like usage, like intended use
Yeah.
with the variable names or anything like that?
Yes. So the question was, how do you connect the intended use, like the color and its intended use with the variable names? And this is on like a per team, per whatever basis, right? Part of it is that, and this is sort of where we never got to with the designer as a trainer, was everybody agreeing on a naming system. And so for development, it was very much like, okay, cool, you have like a graded scale of color, shades of color, so like lighter colors, darker colors. And trying to explain to the designers, like, if you name them that way, we can then use the things that you have created, and when you say it is gray 500, I know exactly which gray it is that you're talking about. And I hadn't quite gotten them on that page yet. So that's a conversation where you would have that with your designer, design team, whatever, and say, what are you calling these things? And if they go, it's yellow, and it's like, no, that's not specific enough. We need to be more specific because you have 5 yellows, right? Like that doesn't work. So that's a conversation that you have with your design team. Ultimately, I like to use, like, essentially what I use is the weight system. So in CSS, you have a system of weight for boldness of a font. So you start off at 100, which is the lightest weight possible, and it goes all the way to 900, which is the heaviest weight possible, so as bold as it can possibly be. And so doing colors that way of like 100 being like lighter in color and lightness, and then 900 being darker makes things a lot easier to reason about, in my brain at least. There are other systems that other people use, though. That's just the one that I like. Cool. Any other questions? and to follow up with that too, there are tools that I did not get to use where if your designers are naming things correctly, you can actually pull in the Figma file and run it through a process to generate your style tokens. So like every time that they make an update to a color in the thing, it'll automatically build into your thing and create a PR to say, hey, the color changed. So there are processes that you can set up to do that if that is a thing that you want to do. But you all have to be on the same page about what things are named. This is the big key part of that. So cool. Any other questions? Excellent. Well, thank you all very much, and have a great rest of your conference. Yes.
What we want to do is kind of cross what Taylor talked about with Mr. Alex. With Alex here, that's your Twitter, right?
Yep.
So if you have your Twittering device out, Twitter laid a question at him. Let's say, for example, there's someone in here about accessibility who has a question about just slapping any color on top of a color, right, Mr. Todd? Right? You want to, and make sure you get that, so the gentleman over here had a great question. So remember, Taylor talked to us about reaching out to people. So if you have your device, at this young man, right, wait, I'm sorry, Fimian? Fimian?
Yep.
At Fimian, right, and ask the question. The great thing about an intimate conference like this is that we have time to do this. If you're in a conference with 9,000 people, the speaker just walks off. But at this point, we have specific questions. So make sure, and you will answer, won't you?
Yeah.
Yep.
If you're reasonable, if you come at me and you're like, Comic Sans isn't a real font, I'll be like, meh, blah.
Well, no, nobody would say anything rude like that because I don't use Twitter. No, you can't read. It's all right. It's okay. So make sure that we do that. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Bang your hands together. We are at the point where we have another break, and we have what's that? 2 minutes? Yeah, 2-minute break. So if you need to go to the pottytorium or something, please make sure you do that. Also, see the table in the back. We'll see you in 2 minutes. I knew once you said you could put anything on top of anything, Tom was going to go.
Yeah. Yeah.
And it's funny because I don't get it. If I feel I can't be myself, so you have to be teacher kids.
Put a glass box around her and she'll break the glass. If you try to cage her in, she'll light the match. Oh, she's like an animal, it's in her blood. She will turn every chain into dust, into dust. Into dust. Like the wind is free, like the water's deep. She's a burning rush. If you try to take what is in, watch it turn her.
Twitter.
You girly stuff.
Yeah.
You went to the Beyonce concert in Boston.
Yeah.
Watch the little test there.
Okay.
Let's see your reaction. Okay, you ready?
Okay. I'm excited.
Talentless.
No, why would you say that? She was killing it on the stage. Oh.
But it's okay. I like the way y'all
Not
embrace
to,
that.
no, she was killing it. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. She started off weak, but then she came in with the, you didn't think the future was. I don't know how, I was liking you up until this moment. Oh my God. Oh, what do you think? What about they take it to an extreme level.
Like a cage match of death and they decide who's going to survive. So you remember the beat?
I mean, I would say I'm not as intense as some people. I'm like moderate. You know what I mean?
We'll find out. Okay, 2 minute. Well, no, I'm sorry. 1 minute warning. 1 minute warning. Flash, 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 flash. No, you're good. You're all right. You're right by your seat, so you're good. Wait a minute. That area's not as cute. Oh, your wife left. You're bringing that whole section down, bro. All right, do better. Do better. Make our way back after you get your snack. Perfect. No! Are you serious? Man! The Jackson Police Department slipping. Yo, you got through without it? And look, you notice how nice it is without Gantt? You notice that? All righty, let's make our way back. I know everybody's here for the wonderful computery, but we were just chatting, and we have to get to the bottom of something real quickly. Okay, let me find out. Where are the Beyonce fans? Okay, where are the Rihanna fans?
I'm a Rihanna fan.
All right, where are the Swifties? So we were trying to figure out, of the three, which is the most annoying. And Swifties? No, okay, here's the problem. If you don't know this, Beyonce fans are completely unreasonable. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It's like, I may have said something that.
He said that Blue Ivy sucks.
Yes.
So, right?
No, I didn't use that word. I did not say so. I would never say that about a child. I said talentless. That's completely different than sucks. No,
Sorry,
you
that's
see?
what I heard. My
Now,
bad.
Beyonce fans are one thing. The Rihanna fans are less annoying because they don't really they just kind of like cheer anything she does. You know what I'm saying? Like if Rihanna walked out with like a banana on her head, they'd be like, look at Ree wearing that banana on her head. Ree don't care. Like they don't claim she's good for doing it, right? Now Swifties, we agree, we have no clue what's going on there. That's like a level of cult I don't get. You went, did you go to the concert? You did? Where? What city? Nashville. In case y'all didn't know this, the one in Los Angeles, if you wanted a ticket by the stage, anybody know what that Swiftie ticket by the stage in Los Angeles? $28,000. Yes. Now at the Superdome, Beyonce was just at the Superdome. I think hers were going for like $5,000 on the stage next. But no, so we've come to an agreement. We've come to an agreement. I will not say anything else. But we did wear silver.
Yeah, we did.
Yes, because if you don't know that, Beyonce demanded that all wear silver. And yes, we will wear silver. You wore silver, right? And we went in Boston, right?
Yeah.
Now, here's the other question. You know what you got to ask. Y'all know what I have to ask. How did Boston do with the on mute challenge?
We was not. They was not getting it.
If you don't know, at some point on stage, Beyonce does a little lyric, and then it's like, on mute, and then everybody's supposed to be quiet. Like, quiet.
They was quiet. They was talking.
Somebody talked?
Yeah.
Yeah, I love my city, New Orleans. There may or may not have been a fight because somebody didn't on mute. There was. All right, so that's good. I'm sorry about the little aside. We had a little conversation, really cool, because I like to find out what the speakers, what was cool about them. The other thing cool about Miss Rizel, she has 2 first names, Rizel Scarlett, loves Twitter, so that's good. Make sure that you hit Rizel up. You're gonna put your Twitter up there?
Yeah, it's
Okay.
gonna be up there.
Cool, good. Loves all things girly, and of course, everyone has to know, what section were you in Boston? For Beyonce, what section?
I don't even know.
You don't know?
Yeah.
Okay.
Like I was far away. I don't
You-
got the bread.
She ain't got the bread. I cannot wait for your presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, bang your hands together for Miss Rizel Scarlett.
Thank you. Awesome. Really excited to chat with y'all. It's actually good that he started off with some spicy takes, because I'm actually going to ask for a couple of spicy takes from y'all in a second. So today's my topic is about how we can leverage emerging tech to promote equity in our industry. And I'll start off with asking y'all, thinking about your spiciest hot tech take, and you can raise your hand, and I want to hear from you. After that, I'll share mine, but mine's really spicy, so I'm gonna use yours to soften the blow. Anybody have anything? Ooh, yes, Todd. It's HTML a programming language. That's up to you. What do you think? I think it is. What about you, Taylor? I think that's fair. I can see that. Okay, what about you? That's a good point. Okay, there's 2 in the back. First, the lady right there, and then you in the back. Yeah. No, that's true. So everyone's like, yeah, you just get in. I'm like, okay. All right, I think that's Chris. Is that Chris? Yeah. Hey, okay. Ooh, that's very spicy. I might have to fight with you on that one. All right, so I'm gonna share mine, and I'll give a little bit of context first, because I think it's very controversial. So, basically, in 2019 and 2020, if y'all were here in U.S., there was a lot of social unrest because of police brutality. And because of that, a lot of tech companies were like, oh my gosh, we need to invest in DEI. What's happening isn't right. And one of the initiatives they did is they're like, we're gonna change the default branch name from master to main. Because, master have the connotations of master-slave. Now, while I do appreciate that, and I wouldn't want us to go back to saying that the default branch is master, I don't really think it had the impact that it could have had on our industry. We could have done maybe just a smidgen more. That's my spicy take. And I think that is evident that we still have issues with DEI in tech. I was looking at a survey the other day done by Built-In, and respondents said that more than 70% of their teams were white. 39% of women and BIPOC people said like they didn't feel like their voices were heard. And this is not part of the survey, but I've been noticing that slowly DEI roles are disappearing. With a lot of like the layoffs and stuff like that, they're like slowly being like, okay, and we're also laying off the chief diversity officer, but not like making it loud or anything. And I think our industry is like slowly deprioritizing DEI because it's not popular anymore. And I think overall our industry kind of has the wrong focus. We're very focused on like creating a hype train for tools that essentially fine-tune the lives of those that already have a head start. And for me, sometimes I'm like, where are the tech advancements that are like really solving fundamental human predicaments? A lot of times we're like, oh my gosh, we built another like thing that helps you do databases, another code sharing tool. And I've always been like, where are the other deeper things? But I'm not naive. I know you can't, well, it's not as easy to essentially create tech that like solves world hunger or homelessness. So maybe a more realistic question could be like, how can we leverage the current technologies we have or the emerging technologies to uplift marginalized communities? And I'm gonna talk about that a little bit. But before I do that, just gonna quickly introduce myself. My name is Rizel. I'm a developer advocate at a company called TPD, which is a business unit within Block. Before that, I worked at GitHub, and before that, I worked at a nonprofit teaching women of color and non-binary people of color to code. And as you heard, I like social media a lot. I will say I'm passionate. Some people will say I'm addicted, whatever. But if you wanted to connect with me, my handle is @BlackGirlBytes on literally every single social media platform. Except for Twitch, I'm BlackGirlBytes1. I got myself locked out of my account because I forgot my password, and I was just like, I'm just gonna make a new one. All right, so the things that we're gonna cover in these next couple of minutes, first I'm gonna just define the differences between like equity, equality, and privilege to be able to like just talk about how emerging tools can provide that. I think sometimes those terms can get like misinterpreted or confused. And then we're gonna talk about some tools that are within the hype train or have been, from like the most mature to maybe the least, which is like containers and artificial intelligence and decentralization. And we're gonna explore if they have the potential to promote equity in our industry. So first I'm gonna define privilege. And I do think sometimes people feel differently about the word privilege. So you could just do a thumbs up or a thumbs down or like a this, I don't know what this is called, sideways thumb, to just like tell me how you feel about the word privilege. Are you like, yeah, that's a great word, or you're like, I feel mid about it, or are you like, I don't really like when people say that word? It's okay, don't be scared. Okay, cool. Yeah, I love the honesty. Awesome. For me, I like the word privilege, but I have, as I grew older, realized how much people didn't like it. Like sometimes I would be like, wow, you have so much privilege, that's awesome. Because I was saying it in like a positive way. And they would be like, well, I actually didn't eat for a whole 24 hours once, so I don't have privilege. I'm like, oh, my bad. But I realized that what they were hearing was like me saying you didn't earn your achievements. But that's not what privilege means. In fact, every single person has privilege. It just means that you have access to something that other people might not have. Like you can have educational privilege or sexuality, ability, age, gender, race, class, language, like the list can go on. And here's an example of someone who doesn't like, at least I view him as someone that doesn't like to hear that he has privilege. It's Drake. He has a song called Started From the Bottom, Now We're Here. Kind of trying to say like he started from nothing and now he's this popular rapper. And like he totally did earn his achievements. Like I think this summer he was the first rapper to make $5 million in one show, which is amazing. He earned those achievements. But I think that song kind of negates the fact that like he was on Degrassi as a child. Like he was a child actor. That helped him to kind of get that jump start into like going into rapping. He already had those connections. And I can pick on myself too. I have a ton of privileges myself. Like I have a job as a developer advocate, which makes it easy for me to
go and do conference talks. I have a really good salary. I have a family that loves me. Not everybody has that. I have my own house. But there are disadvantages I had too. Like, I'm black, I'm a woman, I'm an immigrant, and I used to live in a homeless shelter. So those are all different things, but it doesn't have to do with the fact that I didn't earn my achievements. Okay. And what I think is most important when we're thinking about privilege is not like, oh my God, are you insulting me? But more like acknowledging those privileges and using those privileges to uplift others. And now let's talk about, now that we know and understand the word privilege and maybe have a better feeling towards it, let's talk about the difference between equity and equality. I think people get both of those confused oftentimes, but here's the definitions. Equality is where you give each individual or group of people the same resources and opportunities, whereas equity recognizes that each person has different circumstances and allocates exact resources and opportunities needed to reach an equal outcome. I think it's better illustrated from this image on what side is this to y'all? The right side, we see an example of equality. We gave everyone the same box. However, not everyone's having the same experience. That short little guy over there, he still can't see over the fence. Whereas the guy that's already tall, he gets an extra boost. And then on the other side, I guess the left side, that's an example of equity, where we decide or realize that the tall guy doesn't necessarily need a box, so we're gonna go ahead and share more resources with the shortest guy so he can see over the fence. All right, so we talked enough about privilege and equity and all that. I'm gonna switch into tech now. And first we'll talk about this is not really an emerging technology, but at one point containers were all the hype, all the rave. And we're gonna talk about how that has promoted equity within our industry and what it actually is for people who don't know. So the way I would describe a container is it's basically something that holds the code for your app, your dependencies and settings to make sure your app works consistently across all environments or all different computers. So basically, if your application is on your computer or on a production environment or on your uncle's computer, it all works the same. And sometimes that doesn't happen because sometimes you'll have different environments. If you have ever found yourself saying, or if you ever heard someone say it works on my machine, that's because the environments are different. I found myself saying that, and it's so embarrassing where I write some code and then I put it up in production and then people are like, Rizel, this doesn't work. And I'm like, it works on my machine. Oftentimes that's because there's a lack of containers and the environments that I have on my local computer versus production are different. But what this also solves for people, I think, is it also brings or lowers the barrier for people to access or get started with coding right away. Because of containers, a lot of other tools like Replit, Gitpod, GitHub Codespaces have been able to be developed. And if you don't know what those tools are, those are essentially browser-based web editors, browser-based code editors. So basically, you can open up your Google Chrome or whatever, and you can code right within your browser. Why that's helpful and important is because oftentimes, people may not have strong enough computing power to code, or they might not even have access to a computer. But having something like Replit and GitHub Codespaces reduces that computing power that you would use. And also, you can access some of those tools on your phone, on your iPad. A lot of people in maybe the global south or developing countries often say they learn to code on their phone. And I think things like Replit help with that. Also, Codespaces and these other tools help with being able to make your first PR for the first time. For me, I hate that every time I join a company or an open source project, there's this long list of things that I need to do called your local development environment setup to be able to just contribute code. Things like Codespaces or Replit have already set up environments for you. So you can just skip that whole part, that whole barrier, and just start coding and contributing immediately. The next thing I want to talk about, or the next hype is generative AI. That's like the current hype that everyone's like, oh my gosh, AI, AI. They're like putting AI into everything. And just a quick definition, if people aren't familiar, generative AI is basically artificial intelligence that creates new content based on patterns that it's learned from existing data. And one example of that like when I worked at GitHub, I used to talk about was GitHub Copilot. Basically, you type and it kind of suggests or predicts the code that you want to write and like speeds you up. Now, a lot of people feel differently about this. Some people really love GitHub Copilot and ChatGPT and all of these other generative AI tools, and some people are like, I don't like it, especially because they're concerned that it has the potential to like stunt your learning or limit your coding abilities because you could become over-reliant on it. While this is true, I do also think that tools like GitHub Copilot and ChatGPT can often provide something that like marginalized communities don't always have, which is psychological safety. Oftentimes when I was like a junior software engineer on jobs, I was like the only black girl. Everybody else knew what they was doing. And when I would ask for help, they're just like, did you Google it? I'm like, I did, like for like the last 5 hours. But having something like GitHub Copilot where I can just ask a question, it'll answer me, and like or ChatGPT, and you can brainstorm with it, it does provide that psychological safety. I also think it helps with, sometimes I think new developers often struggle with like paralysis. I know when I first learned to code in 2018, like I understood the theory and I knew what to do, but I just couldn't find myself typing it. Like I would be like someone would be like, so what do you think we should do? I'm like, I think you're supposed to like do a for loop through this array, and then they'll be like, okay, type it. And I'd be so scared for some reason. I think I didn't want to type the wrong thing and then have it not work. But as engineers, we all know the first time you write code, it's gonna mess up, and then you gotta like try again. But I think what's helpful is like having GitHub Copilot, even if it types the wrong thing, that it wrote something for you. Now you can go back, you can edit it, you can modify it, you can read the code, and that actually puts you into action rather than you just staying like still and frozen. Next thing I want to talk about is decentralization. I think that was like a hype a little bit ago, and it's coming back. It's like there's waves of the hype around decentralization. So for people who don't really know what it is, basically decentralization is like this distribution of authority or power or control, basically steering you away from that, just having that single central point of authority. I currently work at TBD, which is one of Block's business units that's focused on decentralization. And at first, I was skeptical around decentralization. But now that I work here, I kind of see how, or I do see, not even kind of, I do see how this can really change the game for equity in our industry. There's 2 projects I really like at TBD, and one of them is called TBDEX, which essentially allows you to send money globally. And this is something that is meaningful to me because I have family in different countries, and it is annoying to send money to them. Like I gotta go to like a check cashers, like Western Union or something like that, and it's like a lot of back and forth. It's really slow, so I love the idea that they're gonna try to make it, or they are making it, easier to send money back and forth because finances and money are important to everybody. It's how we survive. The next thing that we're working on is something called Web 5, which allows you to control your data and your identity. So I kind of already talked about like the sending money globally, but these projects also help people who are like disenfranchised and have less access to banks. You might be like, who doesn't have access to banks? But sometimes because of distance, sometimes you might be like undocumented. I actually was undocumented, and I didn't have access to be able to like sign up for a bank account at one point. Or you might even have like discrimination where you walk into a bank and they're like, nah, we're not gonna give you an account. So having something like this to be able to like share or receive and send money is really helpful. And then on the topic of like Web 5 with data ownership, there's different situations where we might want data ownership. But for me right now, the thing that matters most to me is I've been using Twitter since I was like 15, And now it's changed a whole bunch. Even the names changed. I've even seen that, wow, the CEO can even just take your handle. And I didn't even consider that as an option. So just the ability to like have your data, be able to take it with you, because sometimes I do think I want to go to a different platform, but I've already like had all this content on here, I already have all these followers on here. It's really hard to move over. So just being able to use Web 5 to like move to where I want to be would be really, really helpful. I'm going to try to do a demo. I don't know how it's going to work because of the Wi-Fi, but I do have this app that I built using Web 5. It looks like a simple chat app, and basically, I'll show y'all two things. Let me see. Hello. I feel like just switching. Okay, there we go. All right, well, the first message you were seeing, or the first chat you were seeing at first, was basically from Mo in the audience. Mo told me, hey, hello, and I said, hey, Mo. Then there's another message, which for some reason I cannot click on, which is so odd. That's coming from Angie saying, hey, I was gonna have them message me, but I do think I'm a little short on time. So I'll just talk about the technology behind this, and y'all can see that like we were able to message each other back and forth. So basically, how this is working, on the surface, it looks like a regular chat app. And you're probably like, how are you actually owning your data in that way and all that? So how it works is basically my messages are stored in a personal data store, which is called a DWN. And I have a special ID that verifies that data store belongs to me and only me. So no one can like pretend to be me. And I've also defined rules within my application on how people can interact with my data using something called a protocol. And this is how a protocol would look. Basically, here I'm essentially saying anyone can write a message to me using this application, but only some people can read that message. Only people who wrote a message to me can read it, and only people who I've sent a message to can read it. So that's kind of how like the control of data would work on Web 5. And I would say, just to start wrapping things up, this is only a start, right? So containers can help to standardize environments and use less of your local machine's resources. AI can help to provide that psychological safety for you as you code. And Web 5 can help to enable you to own your data and your own identity. But my vision of the future would be like even bigger than this, for us to like bridge the digital divide by improving internet access for folks in underdeveloped or more rural areas, introduce coding to underrepresented folks at an earlier stage, and even just prioritize accessibility for visible and non-visible disabilities. I don't think we do that enough. And I pose this question to you all just to think about, like, how can our industry build upon like the already existing technologies we have to drive impactful change for DEI? And if you have more questions about Web 5, the next talk after will be by Angie, and she'll talk about refactoring the web more in depth. And that's it. Thanks for listening.
Great job, Ms. Scarlett. Awesome. There's some items we're going to come back to. I think you're going to see some real cool stuff on your talk. We're doing great on time. If we could just take a 2 to 3 minute, if you need to take a potty break, if you need to grab something to eat or drink, and then we'll come back for our next presentation. So let's give about 2 minutes. See you guys in a bit.
Oh, hello. My hand's cold.
I heard you. Yeah, I heard you say that you were an immigrant.
Yeah.
Would you mind me asking you where you from?
Oh, I'm from a country called Antigua. It's in the Caribbean. Yeah.
I just really wondering.
Yeah. Where are you from?
I'm
You from Mississippi? Oh, okay. Thank you.
Hey,
Hello.
How you doing? I'm Victoria.
Oh,
So, I listened to your Twitter space recently on the Day of Real space. I
Oh.
heard you say you're an introvert. You don't like conversation.
no, it's okay. We can still talk.
I wanted to mention you. I was like, oh, I should prefer that I'm saying something. Because I'm
I got really nervous for this movie. I was like, oh, I want to be It's nice meeting you. Wait, you said your name's Victoria?
Everybody thinks that I'm rolling the dice, 'cause when it's on the line, I'm betting on my life. 'Cause if you get the chance, you only get one shot. So why would I not give it everything I got? The difference is I don't give up when I'm falling. I know the risk, I read the warning. The difference is I just get up and keep fighting. I come back, strike harder than lightning. 'Cause I know. I come back, strike harder than lightning. 'Cause I know. I come back, strike harder than lightning. 'Cause I
look sneaky. All right, question. I could have told you that on the phone, bro. You got, I mean, something smart though. What'd you learn?
I'm panicking.
Yeah, okay, that's good. That's good. We're learning that you're not a speaker. All right, no, I'm joking. I'm giving you a hard time. What's your name? Michael. Okay, Michael, give me some of that. There you go. Okay, we'll be nice to Michael. All right, over here. What's one thing you learned? Other than being the best in the world, you are awesome. What have you learned so far?
That I don't know config checks enough in WordPress.
Yes, you heard that? He didn't config things. And then what else? He doesn't know WordPress. Y'all. So look, it's working. It's working. Y'all are getting smarter. All righty? Now, this next speaker, I thought we were going to be okay because we're from New Orleans, right? And I'm like, oh, yeah. And then for no apparent reason, she just called me old. She said, we was just talking. And then she said, well, I don't know your reference, old man. What is this cave stuff you speak of? And then my feelings was all hurt and whatever. But then this young man saved the day by saying, don't worry about it. That's just how the way she is. Now, she is a soul line dancer.
Hey.
See? All righty. And you go all over the country soul line dancing. But here's the best part. We are a conference geek. We love doing conferences. Did I write over the number? No, you didn't tell me the number. You just said lots. What's our number?
Hundreds.
Hundreds. So we know this speaker's ready to rock and roll. Y'all ready? Bang those hands together for the awesome, yet sometimes rude, Miss Angie Jones.
I want you to meet Alice. Alice is tech savvy, and she's what the kids call extremely online. Alice has accounts on just about every platform you can think of, from social media sites to streaming services, and she uses her trusty email address as her universal identifier. Unfortunately, one day, Alice loses access to her email address. I don't see the fear on your faces. This is a nightmare, right? Because all of her two-factor authentications and her app verifications are tied to that email address. So now, all of the apps and services that collectively form her online identity are now suddenly out of reach, right? Her photos are trapped in one app, her playlists in another, her personal notes in yet another, and despite Alice being the rightful owner, she cannot retrieve her content without access to that email. This unfortunate incident is a wake-up call, not just for Alice, but hopefully for all of us. It highlights the vulnerabilities of the current web and our inability to truly own our identity and control our data. But wasn't the web meant to be decentralized? Indeed, it was from the very beginning, in fact. However, it's missing a key ingredient to enable it to be such: an identity layer. So applications that require user accounts, they have to collect our info in order to persist it with our content. Major powerhouses such as Facebook and Google have tried to help alleviate a lot of this by enabling us to authenticate in these other applications via their services. And while this has been super convenient, we have very little agency over our information. What if we could control both our identity and our data across the web? This is possible with Web 5. So Web 5 embraces the convenience of the account models that we know from Web 2, but it also restores control back to the users, an ethos of Web 3. The harmony of these two views is what we're calling Web 5. Web 5 enables developers to build decentralized applications while abstracting away the complexity of doing so. Web 5 is comprised of 3 core pillars, all of which are based on open web standards. The first standard is decentralized identifiers, also known as DIDs or DIDs. The second is verifiable credentials, and the last one is decentralized web nodes. I'll walk you through each one of these in detail. So the identifiers that we know and use today, they're owned and controlled by some intermediary, whether that be the government, an organization, a company, right? For example, my email address is an identifier that's associated with me. Much like Alice, I use it all over the web to authenticate myself, identify myself. But I do not own that email address. Google does. My Twitter handle, Rizel spoke about this a little bit. This is near and dear to me. You see me branding myself like Taylor taught me to on my slides, right? I got Tech Girl 1908. I built a following around this. We're posting content every day to build up that credibility and that reputation that we associate with that handle. But I don't own that. Twitter can take that away from me at any point, which they've shown us in the last few months with the rebrand from Twitter to X. Someone already owned or thought they owned the X handle, @X. How cool of a handle is that? Well, it was snatched right away from them during the rebrand. Someone else had the @Music handle. 16 years, they built a brand around that cool handle, and overnight, it was taken from them because the company decided, we need that, my boy. All right? So what that shows is we never owned this. The company did, and we're borrowing that from them. So decentralized identifiers are a W3C standard. And they're basically this long string of text that's comprised of 3 parts. The first part is the scheme. That's always going to start with DID. That lets us know this is a decentralized identifier. The second part is the DID method. So there's multiple types of DID methods. And what this determines is how this identifier will be created, resolved, and managed. So you pick whichever one works for what you need. And then that last part, that's the key. That part is the identifier. It identifies what's called a DID subject. A DID subject is the person, the place, or the thing that is being identified. So it's not limited to just people. Now, DIDs are the only part of Web 5 that optionally touch a blockchain. And it's just that string, not people's actual information. Because it follows that standardized format, that can be anchored anywhere, and you can use it in applications everywhere. So this first one is an example of an identifier that's anchored on Bitcoin. The second one is anchored on Ethereum. And that last one does not use blockchain, and it uses the web. Okay? Now, because the decentralized identifier is anchored somewhere and is separate from the data, it has to work as a URI, essentially, that points to more information about the DID subject, okay? That information is stored in what's called a DID document. DID documents live in some decentralized storage systems such as IPFS. The document is a JSON file. It describes how to engage with this DID subject. So the DID will be present in that document, of course. Also, the public keys, because there's a public-private key pairing situation that goes on here. And then also authentication and verification methods, okay? So that's the centralized identifiers. The next pillar is verifiable credentials. So verifiable credentials are also a W3C standard. They work hand in hand with decentralized identifiers to enable trustless interactions, meaning 2 parties don't need to know or trust one another in order to engage. Let me give you a scenario. So let's say that Alice wants to apply for a loan and the lender needs to verify proof of income, okay? Well, Alice's employer, Acme, can issue a verifiable credential to Alice, which she then can store in her digital wallet. And let's double click inside of that credential to see what's there. So we have the issuer as Acme, we have the subject as Alice. More specifically, we have their decentralized identifiers there, right? And then we have some claims in that credential. The claims are what the issuer is attesting about the subject. So Acme is saying the person who has did example Alice, her real name is Alice Smith, and her salary is $120,000. And then a really important piece of this credential is Acme has cryptographically signed this credential to say, yes, this is me saying this, okay? So Alice has this stored in her wallet. When the lender then asks Alice for proof of income, she doesn't have to call Acme. She doesn't have to give the number to the lender. She can just present that credential from her digital wallet. She cryptographically signs it as well, and because those signatures are there, the lender can verify its authenticity, all right? And that's all that's needed. The lender can continue on with the application process. Again, the lender doesn't know or trust Alice, doesn't need to. Because it considers Acme a trustworthy entity, Acme has made such claims about Alice, they've extended trust to her, okay? The last pillar of Web 5 is the centralized web nodes. So today, centralized entities act as our data stores. They hold our content, our preferences on their servers. Web 5 changes this by enabling us to own our data ourselves. We can decouple our data from our application. I want you to process that. Decouple your data from the application you use. Instead, host it in your own data store and take it with you across the web. So Blue Sky is a good example. Anybody on Blue Sky? Oh, you were real excited. So Blue Sky is, for all intents and purposes, a decentralized version of Twitter that's in the works. And the concept here is instead of that application hosting your tweets and things like that, you would host it yourself in your own data store, right? Your connections, your tweets, your DMs, all of that would be hosted with you instead of with the app. So if there was a decentralized Instagram or decentralized TikTok or anything of the sort that followed the same protocol that this one does, then I could use my data on those apps. I bring my connection with me, right? Versus relying on everything being locked in that application itself. Now, decentralized web nodes can host both public and private data. Anything that's public, of course, that means that it can be queried or read by anyone. In the case of a Blue Sky, stuff like my tweets, my connections, I might want to be public. Things like my DMs, I will want to be private and encrypted. So that means no one can read it unless I specifically give them access to do so. Decentralized web nodes, again, are hosted with you. So they're hosted locally. That could be on your phone, it could be on your laptop or whatever. And then you can also have remote nodes where you also keep that data. All of this data will be synced amongst them. So say like I have one on my phone, I have another on my laptop, I have some in the cloud. That's great. All of this data will be synced together. All right? So this definitely gives a paradigm shift in how we exchange information across the web, but it's not a total overhaul of the web, right? So you can think of a decentralized web app that uses Web 5 pretty much like a progressive web app, except you're adding in that Web 5 SDK, and then your app is free to truly go serverless because you don't have to host all of the customer's data with you. They can host it themselves. Now, remember that did document we talked about? What was inside of that? Anybody remember? Pop quiz. Alice's information, right? Specifically her decentralized identifier, her public keys, as well as authentication and verification methods. There's also another section there called service endpoints. And this is how do I communicate with Alice or the did subject. And this is where the URIs to Alice's decentralized web node would be hosted. So the way this works is if I were to go to log into an app, forget username and password, we're not doing that anymore. I can provide my decentralized identifier. That application can resolve that identifier, get my did document, and now they know the URIs to my decentralized web node. So they know where to read and write my data to and from. Given they have the URI to my web node, they can then just send HTTP requests to it. So hey, this snippet is saying, I want to query for all of the records in Alice's decentralized web node that have the schema social media posting. So I would assume this is a social media app, and they're trying to pull all of my objects that have that schema. The schema is what makes the data interoperable between applications. So if all of them get on the same page and say, yep, everything we write will follow this schema, then that means another application can read it as well. Given my social media posting objects are public, that would be automatically returned to the caller. If it was private, again, I would have to grant explicit access. Now, all of this is pretty complicated, especially for non-technical folks, right? So we know that you're going to need some sort of interface to manage all of this. And what we're doing is building an identity wallet as like a reference implementation. But with this wallet, remember how I said Alice had her credential in her wallet? So that wallet would hold things like your decentralized identifier. You don't want to remember that long string and be copying and pasting it. I can just go ahead and present it to the app and log in. My credentials I could present, granting access to my data in my web nodes, seeing who has access to what. All of that could be done with an identity wallet. Now, Web 5 enables developers to build decentralized apps. These are the 3 open standards that Web 5 is built upon. Now, again, these are open standards, meaning they do not belong to any one company. We did not invent this. What we've done at TBD is implemented those web standards. They're all separate ones. We've integrated them together to make this platform. It's all open source, so you're free to use it, and we abstract away a lot of the complexity so that you can focus your attention on what you care about, which is building your app, right? Speaking of app, let me give you a couple of examples of the types of things you might want to build with Web 5. What streaming services y'all use for music? Spotify? Apple Music? SoundCloud, I heard? Tidal? Any others I missed? Pandora? Okay. All right. Whatever you use right now, you're pretty much stuck there because the thought of like recreating your playlist and everything somewhere else, you don't have time for that, right? Web 5 helps to change that sort of situation where you're locked into vendors because of convenience. So in this example, Alice uses Spotify, right? But she's heard great things about how Tidal pays their artists more money on the streams, and she wants to try it out. But she doesn't want to go recreate those playlists. With Web 5, she can say, hey, Spotify, write your music, write my playlist to my decentralized web node. Notice the schema they're following is music playlist, right? And so her playlist and all of those things are then being written to her web node versus their servers. And then if she wanted to check title out, she can just give them read access. She doesn't even have to give them write. Give them read access. They'll be able to pull the music playlist objects from her web node, okay? So now you see how I can then use this wherever I want. I thought of this scenario a couple of weeks ago when I got the email from Google saying that Google Podcast was going to be sunset. Y'all saw that? Well, Google Podcast, that's my joint. That's what I work with. So just the thought of like, I'm subscribed to dozens of podcasts. I've listened to hundreds of episodes. Some I've started. I'm not finished, but I promise y'all I'm going to go back and finish them at some point. And I have a bunch of things queued up that I want to listen to. So if I don't get through all of that before this thing shuts down, I lose that. And I'm going to lose access to all the folks I've subscribed to, as well as my listening habits and stuff like that, because it's locked in that app. This is the sort of thing, this is my business, right? This should be in my web node and something I can take with me when these apps shut down. I can go to another podcast service and just pick right back up. Medical records, this is another one near and dear to me. In the last 5 years, I have moved 3 times, moved states, which means I need to get new sets of doctors every time that I move. And anyone who has moved and had to get new sets of doctors, this is not a fun thing to do. I got to call each one of them. I have to ask them to fax my information, my medical records, to the new doctor and hope that they do it. Half the time they don't. And so with this, I could host those things with me in my own web node. Here, Alice has given read and write access to her primary care physician, her gynecologist, and her dentist. And they all can read and write those records with the patient schema in her decentralized web node. Alice's records are always with her, okay? So we have released a tech preview of web5.js. Say with me, tech preview. Tech preview means that it's not officially released, it's not an alpha, it's not a beta, definitely not a V1, right? In this tech preview, you can play around with this, but don't publish your apps to the App Store. I promise I will not answer your call when you say that we changed something from under you, because this is a tech preview. But I want to show you the SDK. So it's basically regular Java library, so I can install it with just npm. I've already done that. And then I'm going to import Web5 from, Web5 API, all right? The very first thing I want to do as a app developer is say web5.connect. Now this little function is very powerful. What this is going to do, it's going to look on the user's local device and see, do they already have a decentralized identifier established in a decentralized web node? If so, I'm going to connect to that. Remember I said if I have your decentralized identifier, I can resolve that. And now I can see the authentication and verification methods for the person. So I can do the little cryptographic puzzle to determine like this is actually the person who it's representing, right? If they don't already have the decentralized identifier in the web node, then this function will create a brand new one for them. So that's what will be returned here. We'll say const. We'll get an instance of Web5 so that we can do more things. And then we'll also get their decentralized identifier. All right? Now that I have this, I can start engaging with their local web node. Because remember, either they already had one or we created one for them. Like I said, abstracts away all the complexity. I don't have to think about any of that. Once I have this, I'm good. I'm connected. So I can say Web5. Notice here, we have an agent. The agent is like the identity wallet, right? So if they have a wallet, I can like deal with that. And then we have DID, DWN, and VC for the 3 pillars. So I want to engage with the DWN. And I'm going to say records.create. So all of the objects that are written to DWNs are called records. So I want to create a new record here. Let me put my little await. I want to create a new record here. There's two properties. One is data. This is the payload. So this can be anything. It could be text. Let's say, hey, MagnoliaJS. It can be an image. It could be a blob, a stream, a file, JSON. And then the second property is message. This is metadata about the actual payload. So in here, I can specify multiple things like maybe the data formats. I can say this is plain text. I can also specify, remember we talked about that schema, which is a great way for to enable interoperability, right? So I can say something like schema.org/whatever. Schema.org is the bomb, y'all. It has basically schemas for everything that you can think of, and it's explicitly for this sort of thing, like exchanging information on the web between applications. So that's the recommended approach. You can also make your own schemas, all right? I can also say publish. So by default, this record would be a private encrypted record in this person's web node, but I can specify published, and if that's true, then that means this is a public record now. So you don't need permission. Anyone can access it, all right? So that's creating a record, and that would return the record itself. And let's just do CRUD operations. So that's create. We can also query, right? So I talked about that a little bit. So I can say web5.dwn.records.query. And on this one, I would specify a message. That's pretty much, you need that for basically all of the actions. And then inside of there, I can specify a filter. So I can say, maybe give me all of the records from this web node that follow this schema, for example. And this will return an array of records. So we'll just put that in there. I can also get the data from a record, right? So reading it, and I would do record, which is this object that I got here from the create. So I can say record.data dot, and then I would need to know the type of data, right? So that would be JSON or text or stream or whatever. And I can put that in, let's just say text. I can also update a record. So to do that, really simple, I would say update, and then specify like what I'm trying to update. So maybe the data has changed to, hey again, MagnoliaJS. And then to delete, what do you think the command is? Let me see if I got any developers in the room. How do I delete this record? Huh? Huh? Record.delete. Come on now. So you see how intuitive this is. Very straightforward. Record.delete, and boom, that's deleted. So there you have it. This is the Web5 SDK in a nutshell. All of this is open source. You're welcome to try it out. We do have a hackathon going right now, so if you want to play around with it and win a little money, do that, right? Also, because it's open source, we welcome you to contribute to the web that we all deserve, one where we own our identity and we control our data. Thank you all so much.
Thank you so much. Amazing. See, you're a lot nicer when
I have a mic on.
No, when you got the dinosaur uniform on.
Oh.
That's good. That's it. You were a lot nicer.
This supposed to be the Chrome dino, y'all.
Okay, is that some kind of nerd joke? What just happened? Was that a computer joke?
Yes.
Oh, haha. You got me. No. All right, so we have a couple of things coming up. But wait, where's Miss Scarlett? Hey, come here for a second. I want to borrow you. It's a good thing. No, it's a good thing. It's a good thing. It's like I get excited when the conversation or whatever is something that I can kind of relate to. And you talked about, no, it's a good thing. I'm not saying about Beyonce. Damn, y'all get mad. All right. No, you were talking about privilege and things like that, right? Yeah. So watch this. I want to do a little trick. If you know me, shh, you can't say anything. All right. If you don't know me, anyone want to guess what my degree is in?
Theater.
No. No. Folks who know me, Lonnie, what's my degree in? Physics. My degree is in physics, right? And I'm a teacher. So what do you think I teach?
Physics.
I would love to. I'm stuck teaching Algebra 1, Algebra 2, Geometry, and Trig. I got 6 preps. Go teachers. But here's the thing about the privilege that y'all don't think about. Okay, ready? Raise your hand if you had an African-American male teacher non-sports related. Good. Because if you go to New Orleans, I'm it. There are not a lot of males in education, right? And there are not a lot of African-American males in education. And here's something about administration you don't know. There are very few math and science people in education administration. Very few. So sometimes we feel left out. The physics and the math teachers feel left out. But here's the privilege that I get, and that's why I've got this young lady here. There's a privilege that she pointed out that I wear and love, old people privilege. That's because at traffic stops, I never get stopped, ever. When the cops set up the sobriety checkpoints, they flash the light in my face and go, oh, old dude in an SUV. Go along, sir. So there are a lot of things, like when you talked about that, I thought about a lot of things with the privilege. Think about things that you have that you never thought about, challenges you face, like in education, ain't a lot of dudes in education, and some of the privileges. So that's why I appreciate it. High five, you were awesome. All right, and I appreciate some of what you did. All right, there it is, that's over there. All right, we're gonna talk about lunch. Y'all smell that? Yeah. All right, so wait a minute. I know the lunch is amazing. Y'all have to wait. There's a rule. I eat first, so I made that rule up just now. But the lunch is getting ready, and you go to the back, right? Okay, where are my vegans, vegetarians? All right, the vegan, vegetarian meals are on the way. Ms. Kayla said they're on the way, so we haven't forgotten about you, so they are on the way. Water, tea, and what else do we have? Scotch is over there. Yeah, it's over there, right over there. You can get that. Also, do not take food back into the gallery. But once you have eaten, please go into the gallery. 2, go see Lonnie over at the table in the front, one of our sponsors. 3, go into the the gift shop, the gallery gift shop. 4, enjoy outside. It's really beautiful, okay? I'm going to ask our fearless leader, Ms. Kayla, to come up here and explain to you about the costume contest.
I won.
Okay, no, you didn't.
I did.
We ain't even finished.
Oh my God, I just saw the feed. Oh.
No, don't encourage that.
Come on, don't play with me.
Oh my God, I love that. Okay, so in case you missed it, it's on the slideshow that's been running, but we are doing a costume contest on Discord. So if you join the Discord, there's a costume contest channel. So just take a picture of yourself, put it in there. And for folks who want to vote, just vote with a little Magnolia pumpkin. Whoever has the most little Magnolia pumpkins at the end of the day is going to win. You're going to win an Amazon gift card. So, yay. You can buy anything on Amazon. Yes, there's also one for tomorrow. So if you didn't dress up today, you got another chance tomorrow. And this also counts for the folks that are virtual. So there's a separate channel. There'll be a separate winner over there. You can also win an Amazon gift card. Yeah. So post pictures of your costumes.
All right, thank you, Ms. Kayla. All right, everybody, get ready to eat. But look, hey, I'm gonna have to tell y'all now I gotta be a teacher. You make a single line. Sir, what's your name? What's it, Glenn? Mr. Glenn, don't you be rushing that dude. All right, you're gonna walk up like ladies and gentle people, and you will go around the back, right, Mr. Glenn? Both sides. Mr. Glenn you don't even care. Both sides, right? But you act, whoa, here comes Ms. Kayla. She got more announcements.
If you go back into the gallery, go visit Miss Brown. That's Herb's mother, and check in with her first, and then go around. So, that's it. That's it.
I ain't say nothing, bruh. I'm going to talk to your mama right now. All righty, y'all, enjoy lunch. We'll see y'all in a bit.
So what do we do it for? For the I will take you to Puerto Rico. There we will smile or play. I'm ready to travel. The faster that we go, the faster we stay. I want to stand in the sun, and we don't need nothing from no one. I picture what I could be. With you I'm not afraid. So please don't leave the light on. Please don't leave the light on. Please don't leave the light on. I will make you the queen of Egypt. We'll put on a play in our bed. You passed the audition, and we're ready to open. So take the stage. Now we have finally begun, and we don't need nothing from no one. And you are so electric, don't need utilities. So please don't leave the light on. 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 And I will reach out and touch. I will reach out and touch something so real. I will reach out and touch. I will reach out and touch. They wonder what it's like having what we got. They'll never know what it's like to stand in the sun when we don't need nothing from no one. And you're shining with the moonlight brighter than a torch. So we don't need the light on. We don't need the light on. And we don't need nothing from no one. I want to be painted by your silver tone. And I'm watching as you're glowing. A lamp would ruin this. So please don't leave the light on. Please don't leave the light on. Please don't leave the light on. Cause I know If I slip into the ocean, swallow me up in one motion. Though sees my queen, I show devotion. Where's my lifeline, Mr. Bosun? I ain't ready to let go now. I ain't ready to let go. I ain't ready to let go. I ain't ready to let go now. Ready to let go now. Ready to let go now. If I slip into the ocean, swallow me up in one motion. Though sees my queen, I show devotion. Where's my lifeline, Mr. Bosun? I ain't ready to let go now. I ain't ready to let go. I ain't ready to let go. I ain't ready to let go now. Ready to let go now. Ready to let go now. take a plane and take a boat. I don't really care, just as long as it will get us there. Cause I wanna see what's above, I wanna see what's below. Just tell me where you wanna go. You can name the place, yeah, you can name the time. We can leave it all behind. No stop or rewind. Before we running out of time. I can see us both flying around, chilling in a pool right by the coast. I can see our clothes down on the floor. I can see it all, baby, we should go. Get set, go, take off.
Oh, awesome. Good, good. We'll wait folks to make their way back in. So, announcement one, don't forget that the costume contest, take a picture. Don't do the Twitter, do the other one, Discord, and then vote with the pumpkin. And chatting with Miss Kayla and Miss Lonnie in the back. You guys have been so kind and so sweet and so wonderful that we're going to go ahead and do, later on today at the end, we'll do 2 giveaways. So this one is the one for today, and we have another one for tomorrow. So make sure. Ooh. No, you're not an hour. That's his. So let's try this again. So we have this one for today, and then tomorrow we'll have another one for the giveaway. There you go. All right. See, y'all, no. Amazing. I chatted with some folks, and people are telling me they're learning things. That always makes me happy as a teacher. Just so you know, I spoke to one of the young ladies who said that I didn't seem mean and grumpy. Just so you know, I checked back on my kids back in New Orleans, and I made sure that they got all of the assignments that I left. And I understood one class tried to claim that a brother didn't. It's in Google Classroom. So I could reach all the way across and be a jerk. That's always awesome. They don't miss me. Y'all ever notice math teachers never miss school? We don't miss school. Like, this is a weird thing for me not to be in class. We're always there. It's them English teachers. All right. It's funny because it's true. All righty. Making his way, starting off in India and making his way all the way to Memphis, right? That's where we currently reside. And here's the thing. We actually got to see Memphis. I did an event in Grenada, Mississippi. And if you know, Grenada's about an hour away from Memphis. So we said, hey, let's go see Memphis. Beale Street, adorable. Yeah. There's like a 4-building stretch where y'all try to sneak in all of the debauchery y'all can. I'm from New Orleans. We got a whole section of the city for that. So, I mean, we went to Beale Street, was like, hey, where's all the, them 2 buildings right there. Whereas you come down, have you been in New Orleans yet?
Yes.
You have?
Yeah.
So, like, Beale, and then did you go in the French Quarter?
Yeah, it's amazing.
Yeah, it's just different, ain't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's all right, though. But their food, we did have barbecue there. It was amazing. And the people were super nice. Now, number one, this gentleman's jacket, off the chain. You're doing a Top Gun theme thing, right?
Yeah.
All right, so first of all, applaud him for the costume.
So one question, should I do it with shades?
Oh, do the shades, bro. Do the shades, bro. Do the shades. There you go. Oh, no, Goose, no. The canopy didn't open. All right. Wow, you shouldn't get that joke. All right, now, this gentleman is into photography, cooking, barbecuing. You just did your first barbecue contest, but that was his first one. He says next time he's going to knock it out of the park. Reading, he's hitting the reading, fiction and nonfiction. But here's the thing that he said that just made my heart. He ain't got no kids. That man free. Like, you could just get up and go places, huh?
Yeah.
I don't, just anytime you want, huh?
Yeah, basically.
I don't know nothing about that. All right. Gonna tell y'all smart stuff, but he's gonna do it cool. But you're gonna do it with or without the shades. What do you think?
The shades?
What I'm asking you. Can you see?
Yeah, I can see.
Keep the shades, y'all.
Yeah.
With or without the shades. All right. They want full character, my brother.
Cool.
You ready?
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, bang your hands together for Mr. Jaimin Patel.
Thank you guys. Like, so like after today morning session on like wave 5 and equality and like how to make content, it will be really hard to top that thing. So like, I'll try my best to do it my way. So like,
whenever many people ask me like what I do. So I say like I work in St. Jude, and I'm like a principal software engineer. And they ask like what you do as a software engineer in hospital. So like we are like creating software. Okay. Is it good? Good? Keep talking so we can hear you. Okay. Yeah. So many people ask me like what I do in St. Jude Research Hospital as a software engineer. So like we make software to help cancer research, and you will see like how like simple as like D3.js can help people do better cancer research. So this is my agenda. Yeah. So I'll go through like my cancer research journey. Then we'll go through like little bit basic about like basic cancer biology. I think it will be very easy, so like you don't have to worry to go much deep into cancer biology. Then I'll show you like how we solve that problem, and then we'll show like how the little bit of code behind it, and like how to like expand one solution beyond this one solution. And then we'll even go beyond and what this technology cannot solve, and how we should explore like new technologies. And that's like sixth, and finally like I'll tell you like how you can also help us. So like first my journey through cancer research. So how many of you so there's like character called Mike Patel. Says life of
Time passing by, will I see you again? Tell me you need me. This can be the end. 'Cause though we're so far, you're still under my skin. Need you here with me. This can't be the end, no. I know we can make this work if we just put.
And I did my master's in bioinformatics. So here is where I learn about little bit about coding. First few languages I learn is like Perl and Python, and then gradually I started learning Java. So actually I learned Java in like 2012 in my internship. I consider this like education because like this is not your real experience. So this is like actually my journey in cancer research. So I started in Novartis in 2013, and I was there as like bioinformatics specialist. So like even the title doesn't matter. Like I was like helping application teams to maintain production applications. So we had like around 40 to 50 applications in production, and my team like 10, 12 people were maintaining all of the applications. So at that point I have to learn so many technologies, Java, JavaScript, PHP, and it is not like tech job, like you have to fix something in user's laptop or computer, you have to actually fix the bug. So like you have to read the documents, read the other developers' code. So here is where I learn about actual coding. Then in 2016 I joined Boston Biomedical. So here Boston Biomedical was pure cancer biomedical. So they were developing cancer drugs. And here I learn about like cancer concepts and how people develop drugs and everything. And in 2019 I joined St. Jude. So like how I joined St. Jude, it's like very interesting story. So like I came, one recruiter contacted me like, do you want to visit St. Jude and see what we are doing? And when I visited St. Jude, they told me like they never charge any patient for any treatment or traveling or schooling or housing. So I was really curious, like how can they do it without like government funding or anything? And I was like looking into it, like so like I learned like they are raising donation, and they are also like they are doing like top-notch research. So they also get little bit like almost like 30% of revenue come from funding, and then St. Jude also do fund some of the research by their own. So which is like really great place. And while in pandemic, like everyone was like worried about layoff and everything, but our CEO told us like we'll not be laying off anyone during pandemic, and that's true till now. Like from 2020 to this point, I haven't seen any of the layoff, and we are still hiring a lot of people, so it's still growing. And in 2021, I changed the department in St. Jude. So I changed from computational biology to structural biology. I'll go into the difference little bit later, but finally I got like software engineering title, like that I can relate to. Before that, everything was like a research scientist or research analyst. So throughout my cancer research journey, or maybe like software engineering journey, I have felt like you always go through like waves. So like you start fresh from the college, you are a learner. So you are learning a lot of stuff. But then you feel like, okay, like I learned, I want to contribute now. So you work as like individual contributor. So in like my second job, I work as like individual contributor, the data scientist with me. So I help them set up system, front end, back end, everything. And then again, I thought like, okay, like now I should reach my limit of contribution, I should learn even more. So in my third job, I learn about like D3 and cancer research, how to visualize complex data that I'll be talking about. And finally, right now, I'm like again individual contributor, helping structural biology to do big projects. And like these technical waves, but I think like there are also like people skill. So right now I'm contributing in technical side, but I'm learning a lot from people management and how to deal with people. So like you will see these kind of waves in your journey when you go through your career. And I don't know how it will go in future, but I'm like certain like it will maintain this kind of pattern. So today I'll be focusing on this part, like where I learn about showing like complex visualization, complex data for cancer. So these like, so before I go to the solution, I'll show you like what is actual problem. So let's go through cancer biology, very basic idea. So in cancer research, like each and every person have like DNA. From DNA we get RNA, which is like intermediate, and then we get like amino acid sequence. Amino acid sequence then fold into protein, and our body has like lot of protein. So if we go a little bit in detail, the DNA is made up of nucleotides. So like these are individual nucleotides, then it will be converted into single-stranded RNA, and then it will be like these amino acids. So this will come later, but let's see like what happens into cancer. So like if only one nucleotide change in DNA, it will change the amino acid, and it will finally change the protein. So there will be abnormal protein, and this will lead into like abnormal growth into tissue or abnormal blood cells, and which can cause like blood cancer or different kind of solid tumor cancers. So this is like basic biology. Like in cancer, nothing is coming from outside. Whatever is happening, it is happening in our body. It may change like when it happens. For childhood cancer, it can happen at the child birth, or for adult cancer, it can happen because of smoking and everything. But these are like just like environmental factor, and it can just trigger this cycle, and you have like infinite growth of tumor. So this DNA is inside chromosome, which is folded into this kind of manner. And there are like 3 billion nucleotides. So like we cannot visualize 3 billion nucleotides. It will be too complex. So to simplify it, we are just focusing on genes. So there are like 20K genes in human body. So now we have like target, like okay, like let's start with just this portion. Like we'll just visualize one part of DNA, which is gene, and we'll show like which mutations are present in this thing. So we can show it like this. So we are showing gene as a box, like this gene. This one is SRC, and which has like 5 mutations. So these are like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And these are like as coming out of as like lollipop. So like we call it like lollipop plot. But it can become like very complicated. Like if you have like 80 mutations, then these will happen. Like you have like bunch of mutations and then you have to fold them to visualize them correctly. Right now I'm like zooming in, so you can see like there are like 40 mutations in this one. And this is like one of the most important mutation in this BRAF gene. And you can like see like which different cancer type are there. So when you click on the mutation, it will expand and then you can see different cancer type. I'll try to show you quickly through demo. So these like protein paint, I think you are not seeing it somehow. Okay, I think I'll not do live demo right now. So let's go through like, okay, like these one way to visualize mutations in one gene. So let's see a little bit about coding. So these protein paint team, I developed protein paint with like 3 other people. Like Shane is like my boss and he was my boss, and then was like Edgar was another developer. So we 3 people were there in 2019 and we started with this tech. So you must be familiar with like famous tech like JavaScript, CSS, HTML, and there are some database backend. So we started with this one. So we had JavaScript D3 as like visualization layer, and then we had some SQLite, which is database, and we had like Node.js. And then later on we added like RX. RX was framework, which was homegrown JavaScript framework. And we also added Rust for data analysis. And if we go a little bit into coding, like this is code for this box for the gene. So which is like open source, so you can actually go to GitHub, like Protein Paint GitHub website, and you can like check this file. So basically what it's doing, it is like creating this rectangle. So like how many people have used Illustrator or Figma? So in Figma and Illustrator you have SVG, right? So in SVG you create group, and within a group you can combine different elements so it can stay together. So here it is same concept, but we are editing SVG in JavaScript. So D3 is a library where you can create SVGs, and you can define, okay, like now I need rectangle, and you can define like G. G is like group, and then under that one group you can define different rectangles. So these are like different rectangles of different colors. This is everything happening in this few lines of code. And then there is these dots for the mutations. These like different file. So here you have another group, and which is like circle. So you define circle, then radius of circle, different colors of circle, and then what happens when you click on the circle, which is like very basic JavaScript. So you define all these mouse over mouse out events, which is very similar to JavaScript or React fundamentals. So only thing changes is like you are using SVG rather than div, and then under the SVG you create different groups and you create different shapes. So you will see like what different kind of visualization we can create. So this is all about lollipop plot. And then how can you go beyond this? So like this one solution, you are showing mutations on gene, but what about genome? So here is another concept, like here you are seeing different domains, right? This square, so these are domains. So what happens, like each and every person, there are like different domains, and it can change, like each and every protein have different variants. So like when they use like this, only like few of these domains, it will known as like splicing. So this is like normal one. When you have one extra portion coming in, this is like second type of protein. Then you have some skipping, so the like entire section is skipped, and sometimes the coding, non-coding part is also included. So there is like different kind of protein. So these different kind of proteins are called isoforms. each and every person have different kind of isoforms in their body. So it's not abnormal, this is like very normal thing. So how to show them? So these are different isoforms of same protein. I showed BRF, right? So they are like different isoforms of BRF. And the arrow is showing like in which direction it's coding from DNA to RNA. Another concept is CNV, which is like copy number variant. So randomly in our body, like there are like multiple copy of particular section of gene. So it might be gene or it might be DNA. So in future, like we might have multiple copy of single portion of DNA, and that can be cancerous. So how to visualize that thing? So we are showing that as like this bars. So this is like orange or blue, and at the bottom I'm showing it. Like is it like gaining or losing? So if it is gaining, it is blue. If it is losing, then orange. So you can actually see like in which cancer, in which patient you have this copy number variant. So this kind of granularity is possible using just D3 and plain JavaScript. Another idea is like we are just talking about gene, but what about like there are so many regions in between the genes which is not coding any part of the protein. So with this plot, we can see like, okay, like this gene is affected by this non-coding region, and this gene is connected with this one. So you have to perform some analysis or perform some test in lab, but that results you can see it very easily. So you can just go to this web page and you can see it. So you can, actually doctors or researchers don't have to worry about like data processing and everything. They have everything ready for them. So this is how like you can go beyond single solution of gene to like complex solution for entire genome. And I think this is where D3 ends. It's like the name of D3 is like D3, but it's actually just 2D library. You can just create 2D images like SVG. But what about 3D? So that's when I changed my perspective when I joined the structural biology. So what is structural biology? So we just talk about DNA as like single linear loop, right? But think of it as like a origami. So when you have paper, it's like single 2D paper, but you can fold it, you can make different shapes. So this is what is happening in second step. And then when you actually make the origami piece, that's like actual protein. And sometimes you combine different origami pieces to make like complex origami object. So that's where you have this kind of protein. So like we have to think beyond like just 2D, how you can go to 3D. So this is where this kind of libraries come. So this is not developed by me. This is developed by some European group. And you can, like same protein, we saw it in a 2D, like BRAF, this same protein in a 3D formation. So you can rotate it, you can zoom in, zoom out. Everything is possible only using JavaScript. So they are using WebGL and Canva 3D, and front-end is React. So this is only front-end library. They are doing everything with front-end. And I have also used 3.js. 3.js is also a very useful library to create 3D visualizations. So this is where I talked to my current manager and told him like you have added like another dimension into my life when I joined structural biology. And these are all my current projects. So because of like we are very new team, we are just developing some of the very advanced project. So nothing is published. So until unless we can publish, I cannot share results. So probably we have to wait for next year so that I can go through like what I'm doing right now. So basically right now I'm working on Blue Sky Kinase initiative. So this is like a St. Jude funded project, and St. Jude is funding like 50 million for 5 years. And basically we are not funded by government, so we don't have to worry about like constantly showing them results. So we can go really like in bold directions and without worrying about like consequences. And also like we are focusing on kinases, which is like very important protein family in cancer. So like this can like trigger like cancer growth. This can trigger all these activities in cancer. So right now there are like 74 FDA-funded drugs, and I think using this project or by working in this project, I think we can like even contribute even more. So I am the only developer right now in Blue Sky Kinesis, and we have like 7 to 8 web development projects. We have like full stack JavaScript, Python framework. I'm not sharing it here, but like we are really looking for people who can join us and help us. So like on side, I'm also working on LLM projects, and I'm only working on open source LLM projects, so like we can help the research community. So they don't have to worry about like paying high prices for OpenAI or any other APIs. And also like in our team, we have like motto, like if you see traditional cancer research, like people, how they are doing cancer research, if they find cancer, they bombard it with chemotherapy or radiotherapy, radiation and everything, and they expect like the cancer will go away. But sometimes the cancer is coming back, and sometimes what is happening, the radiation is too high, so they have to minimize the radiation, and there are so many side effects. So what we are doing is we are like looking at the data science, we are looking at the data, cancer data, and we are finding like, okay, what is the one thing we can change in cancer pipeline, how the things is working, and we can improve the cancer therapy and cancer treatment. So this like our concept is, and if you like saw previously, like I'm part of like Cancer of Excellence for Data-Driven Discovery. So we are like part of a group which is focusing mostly on data. And we have so many projects coming in like next year, mainly on data science related. So we are really looking forward to people. So how can you help? So if you haven't learned about or haven't tried D3, look at that library. It's really amazing library. And Shirley Wu, which is like really one prominent person in D3. There are like courses on front-end masters, and these are like 2 courses I highly recommend to anyone who want to learn about it. She also had one course in the same path about like how to use D3 with React. So I am using D3 with React, but you can also learn how to do it. And if you are already know some of the D3 and want to like deep dive into it and know like amazing visualizations, you can go to this book. This is like from the same author, Shirley Wu, and this like amazing visualization in this one. Also, we are looking for people, front-end developer, back-end, full stack. So we might not have any open position right now in our group, but we are constantly looking for it. So just join us or contact us in LinkedIn. So this is my LinkedIn profile. He is my lab manager. Ben Leslie, and here is St. Jude job board. So there are so many tech-related jobs available on St. Jude right now. So you can even check there. And this is my group at St. Jude. So we are like MB group, like we call it Babu group, and these are all the members, and these are our funding partners. And with that one, this is St. Jude campus, which is really beautiful, and you can check the slides on this QR code. Any questions?
So
okay.
is D3 just a visualization API? Watch out.
Yeah. Yeah. Go ahead. No, I did not.
Is D3.js just a visualization API?
Yeah, it is visualization. So you can create SVG, different kind of SVG, and if you go to like proteinpaint.stjude.org, or even you go to d3.js website, they have different. So you can even make maps. You can create like complex structures, like whatever is available for cancer genomics, we are able to visualize that. So like it's really powerful library. Yep.
I have a question.
Yeah.
So I saw on the slide D3.js and Free.js. Those two are combined, or is it something?
No, these are totally different. Yeah.
So they're two different things.
Yeah, yeah. So D3, even if they have like 3 in that name, they are just 2D library. So you can create 2D visualization using D3. And 3.js is 3D, so you can create 3D rotation, and you can create like games. People make games as well in 3.js. Yeah. Yeah, I think if you don't have any questions, like, thanks a lot. Yeah, it was pleasure coming here and looking at other people's projects.
Thank you, man.
Yeah.
Amazing work. I give people a hard time laughing and joking and stuff, but some of the work that all of you are doing is pretty amazing, and how important it is. I give Gant grief, but he's working on AI technology to be able to determine if a spot on the skin is cancerous or not. And preliminarily, it's showing up. Mike, do you remember that, like, it's 90% or what was it? Gant gave us the number. I wasn't listening to him. But what was it? 85% accurate. So some of the work that you're getting to talk to individuals, you're not just, when people say programming, you're not just making apps to make my little ridiculous life easier. You're doing stuff to change the world. So thank you so much. Give it up for Mr. Patel again. Give it up. Amazing. I think we're going to do a 3-minute bathroom run. 5? Man, you can walk to the bathroom. So it's a 5-minute break. And then come on back. You can take your time, get a little snickle snackle. Remember, take a walk through the gallery. Do not bring food or drink. The gift shop is open, and Lonnie's back there at the table. And outside is still beautiful. 5 minutes. See you back in a bit.
Thinking, gazing out my window, I see it all in front of me, laying heavy on my pillow. You and I together is what I see. When we're spending time together, think back to everything I've done. Now that I am here forever, the weight on me feels like a ton.
I wonder if I made, I wonder if I made, I wonder if I made the right choice. I wonder if I made, I wonder if
No, don't nice that. No, who puts a bottle opener on the bottom of their flippity flops? Bruh. Unbelievable. I will not ask him for his foot fungus bottle opener. And I mean, those are, you know what would taste good with this beer? Foot? No, bruh. And take that ring away from him. Oh my God. This is, I was just feeling good. Wow, I'm around smart people. I got bottle opener on the bottom of my flippity flops. Just done. I'm coming. You know what? I'm coming. Bro, I just as soon use my teeth. I'm not playing with you. I'm coming over here now. This is the good side. Right? Yeah, the whole time you've been the good side, huh? So I ask individuals something about themselves that have absolutely nothing to do with coding or whatever. And so this dude starts listing stuff. And then I just came to the conclusion that you are just extra. Extra. Here's what he does. He says, I weld. I said, ooh. Practical welding or art welding? Well, yeah, no. 80%, about 60%, about 85, about 75%. And then you didn't even tell me which one was the most.
Yeah. I stopped counting.
Yes, okay. He gets worster. All right. So then I ask him, okay, anything else? And he goes, oh, hot riding. And I said, okay, do you fix them? Do you drive? Well, if I'm gonna fix them, I'm gonna drive them. I ask you that. So then it gets better because we're having a conversation at the table about those annoying young people who are popping wheelies down the highway. At which point he says, I'd never do that. Which means he does that. When I think I'm done with him, right, he then hits me with, my hot ride, the fastest I've ever done is 180 miles per hour. 180. Yeah. And I asked him if that was on a sanctioned track.
Of course, yeah, absolutely.
That ball was going down somebody's street. 180.
Why have all that horsepower if you ain't gonna use it?
You ain't right. Something wrong with you. The best I got out of him, the best I did get out of him, though, he likes doggies. That's good. That's the most normal thing I could get from him. He likes doggies, puppies. And wait, you have a bulldog named, don't tell me, Magnolia.
Yep.
See how I remember that? He has a bulldog named Magnolia, and that's important to me because New Orleans and magnolia trees.
Yeah.
But now, after all of that, he's going to attempt to be smart. You ready? Y'all got a solution? We're going to see. He's going to attempt to be smart by telling you smart things. I'm going to read his. Everything you needed to know about JavaScript accessibility in 40 minutes. God, I hope I don't mess everything up. You ready?
Yeah, I am.
Okay, you sure?
I think so.
Don't go 180. You good?
Yeah.
All righty. Bang your hands together for the extra Karl Groves.
All right. So that's my slides actually. That's pretty much it. Because this is semi-live code. This is where I play TV chef, and I'm the classic TV chef like Yan Can Cook. You know what I'm talking about? Like all of a sudden the guy like puts the shit in the oven and takes the next thing out. It's done. Look at this. So what I love about VS Code is it gives you like your last commit message. And I know the contrast is really bad, but it says, Karl Groves 6 years ago, unfuck things that went wrong in Zurich. Because things went really sideways in Zurich. So hopefully I don't do that again. It was great. Huh? I am, yes. But first, before I begin, let me get some feedback. No, then I wouldn't be able to see it. Before I begin, let me give a shout out to MagnoliaJS for having not one, but 2, 3, 4 accessibility talks. Can we give it up for them for that? I think it's really, really important for conferences to have, mainstream conferences to have accessibility talks, and I think it's great that they've done it, so big ups to them. So today we're going to talk about JavaScript accessibility using this website. Please do not steal my designs. I realize that I am a kick-ass designer, and especially my color scheme, I'm particularly proud of this. By the way, when I did this talk in Zurich, I had this exact text on here, so that was really fun. Swiss people speak German. It's a Swiss German. But anyway, yeah, the awful German language, that is an essay by Mark Twain. I can confirm as a German person myself who was trying to learn German, because my family came here from Germany. They didn't teach it to me. They refused to speak German at home. It is horrible to try to learn. But anyway, we're going to talk about JavaScript accessibility. My point in this talk really is to let everybody know that accessibility is not as scary as it often seems. Lots of times I hear customers, for instance, saying, "Oh, we have no idea, where to start, and it seems really hard." And the truth is that doing accessibility is the same as doing anything else that you're doing on the web. And we're going to do this sort of with live code. So this stuff, in case anybody's wondering what framework I'm using, I'm not. It's just regular old plain Jane JavaScript and CSS and HTML. So what we're going to do, though, is we're going to build a dialog. Okay, our dialog. This is object-oriented JavaScript, but anyway, this is our dialog. This is going to be. It's going to have two methods: an open method and a close method. Obviously, when you click the thing that launches the dialog appears, and then you have to have a way to close it. So we're going to have two methods in this thing, an open method and a close method. So what we're going to do is, as a typical dialog, what happens is you see the parent document behind the scenes. We're going to create this modalism by making it seem as though there's another region of the page or another part of the page that's on top of the others. How do we do that? By creating a 100% by 100% area that is semi-transparent, giving it that picture or that appearance of modalism. Modalism is an actual UI paradigm, and the intent of a modal item, a modal dialog, is to interrupt the flow of what you are doing, right? So in other words, the user's doing one thing, they launch this dialog. The dialog is intended to put them on a different path, right? So if we use like a developer example, it's like cutting a new branch off of in your version control, right? We've gone to a different path down the road, and then closing it is going to be the result of either going back onto the path you're on or going further down into the direction that you're going. So our open method, somebody had asked to go bigger, so we will do that. Our open method is going to create that overlay thing, that div that goes over everything. Okay. So the open method opens. It's going to append that item into the screen. It's going to be, and it's going to launch, and it's going to appear. So step 3 is actually where that happens. So step 3 is actually going to open this dialog from the sign-in button. So this is where I get to be TV chef. Here's our dialog HTML here. We're going to just go straight to step 3. And save, refresh. So now when I click the sign-in button, the dialog appears. Woohoo! All right, thank you. So this is what I mean. Most of the page is grayed out. The dialog has appeared. Let's talk a little bit about the accessibility impacts of this while I refresh this. Everybody here in this room, regardless of whether you have Windows or Mac, you have a free screen reader on your computer, go ahead and test your work.
VoiceOver on system settings. VoiceOver window. Table. Accessibility Chrome. Everything you need to know about JavaScript accessibility and link. Products.
Shit.
Link.
Ah, damn it.
Link. Home. You are currently on.
So we have a problem. This damn sign-in button isn't even accessible. All right, so that's a problem we're going to get to in a little bit later. Next, I'm going to hit sign in. I've hit the sign in button. The screener didn't say anything. Okay.
Link. home,
Huh.
link, products,
Shit.
link, services, link, support,
Oh my God.
link, contact, link, Mark Twain, link, Heidelberg Cat, link, the old man, link, home, link, products, link, services,
Oh, God
link,
damn.
support, link,
Where is that
contact,
thing?
edit text, email, blank,
Oh,
password.
oh
secure
God,
text.
there it is.
You are currently on a text field.
So this is a really common problem with content that gets introduced to the user via JavaScript, especially dialogues, is that it's often somewhere else in the DOM other than where you would think it would be, right? In other words, in a lot of cases, it's appended with a library of some kind or something like that. And in the DOM, it exists at the bottom of the page. And I'm sure that the stuff that y'all are working on is a lot more complex than this shining example of design. And that what's going to really happen is the user's going to have to tab through a whole pile of stuff just to figure out where the hell that thing is. They clicked a button that they thought said sign in, and then the next thing they hear is not sign in, and the next thing as they keep tabbing is not sign in, is not sign. They've not gotten any feedback about what's going on. They have no idea where they're going or what they're doing because they can't see the screen, and this damn thing is at the bottom of the DOM. All right, so that's clearly a problem.
Settings. Voiceover off.
So now I'm going to go back over to step 4. Let's take a look at what step 4 does. So now what we want to do is shift focus to the new dialog. Oh my God, I got to tell you what an amazing JavaScript developer I am. Look at this element.focus. You would not believe how much problems you get in accessibility because somebody forgot element.focus. I once charged the prime contractor for healthcare.gov over $100,000 to fix the dialogues on healthcare.gov, or not the dialogues, the accordion menus on healthcare.gov because they didn't manage focus. That's it. Well, I had to fix all their dialogues and all their other crap because it was a nightmare. But it wasn't just adding that code. God, I'd love to be able to get paid that much per line of code. But it was that case of they just weren't managing focus anywhere, and it was accessibility nightmare. So let's see what happens now.
Chrome. Everything you need to know about JavaScript. Link. Login, email address, password, login. Group.
Awesome.
You are currently on a group.
So in VoiceOver and also in Narrator, which would be your Windows-based screen reader that you should totally be using, see the black border around the dialog? That tells you what element has focus. Pay attention to that as I move forward throughout these examples, because that's going to tell us what has programmatic focus according to the screen reader right now. So that's it. Bang. Now when I tab, what's the next thing I hear?
Email address. Edit text email group.
See how easy that is to have just fixed a simple, how simple it is to fix what a massive problem that was otherwise. Just calling element.focus on the thing that you need to shift focus to next now creates something that is basically usable. At this point, this is basically usable, and all people should be able to figure out what's going on. There's a lot more that we can do, otherwise my talk would be over. But this is the basics here, shifting focus to the thing that needs to be interacted with the next time. There's still a whole pile of other things wrong, not the least of which is the fact that I can still reach everything behind here. If our goal in creating a modal thing is to change the way the person is interacting, then I shouldn't be able to get access to all this other stuff behind the screen, or behind the dialogue, right? We've obviously purposely interrupted the user's workflow in whatever the heck they're doing. I shouldn't be able to click on the link for Heidelberg Castle or any of that other stuff. It's a problem. The other thing that you can see that's possible for the user is they can get access to all that stuff
menu, links menu.
Through the use of their shortcut keys. Now, screen readers have the ability to pull up list of shortcuts to different things on the page. So regardless of whether I can actually click that stuff behind the scenes, I can still tab to it, and I can still pull up this list of things. I can pull up the list of links on the page. all the other headings,
controls menu.
all that other stuff that I shouldn't be able to get to.
ESC button. Email address. Edit text email. System settings. Voiceover off.
All right, so let's keep going. Take a look at what step 5 does. Step 5. So when in basically every single type of UI, especially complex UI control that you have ever used, there is a universal pattern to get out of whatever that thing is that you're doing, to undo, to get away from it, for instance. So for instance, you launch a dialog and you say, shit, I didn't really want to log in. That's not the thing I really wanted to do. The escape key. The escape key is the universal get me out of here key for every widget that you can think of. And so in the case of a dialog, we definitely want to be able to once we've launched that thing, we want to be able to get out of it. We want to stop this interaction that we're doing. So let's go to step 5, see how this thing works.
Voiceover on Chrome. Everything you need to know about JavaScript Accessibility. Everything you need to know about JavaScript Accessibility. Banner. Link. Super awesome company. Sign in. Global navigation. Navigation. Edit text email. Blank.
Let me rewrite.
Everything you need. Link. Services. Login password login. Group. You are currently on a group. Inside of web.
So now this is where I said before, pay attention to that rectangle. I'm going to hit the escape key.
ESC button group. Escape. You are currently on a button. To press this button.
So this dialog here, the rectangle there is sort of a leftover from the fact that that's where programmatic focus was. Okay, because I had shifted it there from the prior steps. So that's where focus thinks it is until I explicitly cause focus to go somewhere. One of the challenges with dynamic content that shows and hides and all that sort of stuff is if you do not explicitly reset that pointer, it doesn't know where to go. So anybody know where the focus is going to go next time I hit the tab key? It's going to go back to the top of the screen. It's actually, I think it's going to go to the window itself. If it doesn't go to the window itself, it's going to go to that first link.
Link.
There we go.
Super awesome company.
So what happens is your browser keeps an internal pointer of what is, it's an internal pointer in the memory of the computer about what this thing is that had focus. It's called anybody know active element, document.activeElement in JavaScript? Okay, so active element is the item that had the focus. What has happened is when I destroyed that dialog, basically I made it become display none. What has happened is that pointer has been undone. That pointer doesn't exist anymore. So now it's got no other choice but to just be like, let's start over. And that's where it starts over at the thing. So that's another major problem. Actually, that was the biggest problem with healthcare.gov that I had to fix for them, was the fact that they weren't resetting the pointer when an object on the screen was hidden. So there we go.
System settings. Voiceover off.
All right, so step 6. Let's take a look at what step 6 is going to do for us. Step 6, what that does is it's going to do an accessible key down on the sign-in button. Typically, when people create buttons, they're going to use like divs or spans because, why would he actually use a button element? That's crazy. And then the other thing that people tend to do to create accessibility mistakes is they only listen to the click event. But that is not a great idea for accessibility. You want to listen to the key down because people who can't see the mouse pointer are not clicking anything. So we've done a couple of things here. We're going to add an event listener for the click. It's also going to add an accessible key down on the sign-in button. So we see event.type key down that the code is 32 or 13. Then we are going to do two things. One is we're going to prevent default. So one of those key codes, and I can't remember which is which. One of them is spacebar, one of them is the enter key. If you hit the spacebar on your computer while you're browsing, what happens? Scrolls down, right. So if I want to not scroll down, that's what I do with prevent default. So basically, If it's going to be the space bar, then I need to prevent the default behavior. So there we go. Let's do step 6.
Voiceover off.
It should say voiceover on. Voiceover on? Oh, I did it now. It's all confused. Oh,
Voiceover
there
on
we
system
go.
settings. Voiceover window. Chrome. Reload this page. Everything you need to know. Banner. Sign in. Group.
Sign in button now has a. Oh, by the way, see how? Did you hear how it said group? It said group because it's not a button. It's not in the DOM. It's not a button. It's a div. Divs have no accessible role, so it's just going to announce it as a group. That's one way to know that you not really got what you think you have. It says you're on a group. I'm going to hit the key down. I'm going to hit the enter key.
Login email address.
Yay!
Login. Group.
This is rocket science, isn't it?
Button. Escape group. Escape.
Yeah. So there we go. We still have our problem from before.
Voiceover off.
All right. So let's take a look at what step 7 does. Step 7 is the one I modified in my hotel room this morning. This is your best opportunity for you to watch me F something up. All right. So step 7 adds a close button, makes the close button do the close business. So right now, let's stay here with step 6. With step 6, what we have is a dialog that opens, but there's no way to close it unless you hit the escape key. Well, some people are not quite as nerdy as I am and don't really know that the escape key can close that stuff, so we're going to add an explicit button. All right. Yay.
Chrome. Everything you need to know about. Everything you need to know. Login X email address. Login. Group.
Login X.
Group. Inside of X button.
Ah,
group.
shit.
You are
That
currently
says
on a
X?
button.
That's not
To
a
click
button
this
label.
Press Control. Option
All right.
space.
So in order to follow the established practice of the Accessibility Practices Guide, the ARIA Practices Guide, we need to shift focus to the first actionable item in the dialog. So strictly speaking, login X, well, the X button should be the thing that gets focus. It shouldn't be labeled X. That kind of sucks. That doesn't inform anybody of anything. But we're shifting focus to the first actionable item in the dialog. Now, does the design maybe need help because we shouldn't have an X there? I don't know. I'm just doing this for demonstration purposes. Maybe the close could be lower in the dialog, and then we'd shift focus right to the email address. But whatever the case is, the pattern is still defined as being the thing, the first actionable thing in the dialog. Because it has focus, I can hit the key down.
You are currently on a button inside of web
But
content. To click this.
I still haven't shifted focus to where it needs to go. The focus is still at the top of the page because I've screwed up and not shifted focus where it needs to be. So let's look at step 8.
Is the code not responding. Code. Index.html. System settings. Voiceover off.
Yeah. All right. So step 8. Step 8 is going to do a couple things. First off, we're going to add roles to the close button. We're going to add a role to it. We're going to add a label to it that says close, right? We're going to add a role of dialogue to the dialogue because one of the most important things to keep in mind for accessibility is identifying to the user what the thing is. Mentally, we all go through this process when we're interacting with the user interface where we look at something and because of the fact that we recognize what it is, we know what it does, right? Small little circle thing, what is it? There's a couple of them in a row. What are they? Radio buttons. What can you do with radio buttons? Select one and only one out of all of them. Change that exact same thing to a square. What is it? Checkbox. I can select one, none, all, some, right? So when the user hears what something is via their screen reader, they know what is this thing and what does it do. We know it because we can see it. They know it because they can hear it. And so that's why we want to identify this as a dialogue. We're going to give that dialogue a label so the user knows what the label is for the dialogue. Hopefully it matches or is somewhat similar to the button that took us here. And then we're going to add a roll of button to that thing so it doesn't give us a roll of group, or doesn't tell us it's a group anymore. So yeah, we're getting really close now to the accessible experience for this dialogue.
Voiceover on Chrome. Every dialogue, close dialogue button. You are currently on a button.
Dialogue,
inside
close
of the dialogue
dialogue button.
To click this button, press
Bang.
Control button. You are currently on a button.
Awesome,
inside
huh?
of web system settings. Voiceover off.
All right, step 9, we're almost there. It's like a BuzzFeed article. There's nine things. Explicitly set logic to the next logical element for focus. This is crazy talk. All I'm doing is setting the focus to that thing there, and then setting the focus to when we close to the appropriate spot. See, that second argument in the function n stands for next. When this is closed, what's the next thing? Okay, so here we go. Magic.
Voiceover off. Voiceover on system settings. Chrome. Reload this page. Everything you need to know. Dialog. Close dialog button. You are currently on a button. Sign in.
Bang.
Banner.
So that's how that needs to work, right? Whenever the user clicks on this thing and says, you know what, I don't want to be here, they hit the close button or they hit the escape, focus needs to go back to the sign-in button, right? So they can start back on their journey to wherever they really wanted to go because they've already decided they didn't want to go. Now, the other cool part about having that argument, that second argument in the close function, is you can name any ID that you want, right? So if it's going to be a new region on the page that signs up because this uses Ajax to get them to log in and we're waiting for a callback of some kind. That's what's great about that. It's really not rocket science to add that explicit parameter about where the things are supposed to go. But there's still one problem.
Dialog. Close dialog button.
Is
you are currently on a button inside of a dialog. Edit. Login. Leaving it close. File. Clock. Sign in. Button.
I'm still able to get to all the stuff behind the scenes. I'm still able to tab to all the stuff that's behind the scenes. If I want this to be really well and truly modal, I need to make sure that I can't get access to any of that other stuff. So in this case, what's happened is I've done one more thing.
Voiceover off.
Is in this process, and I haven't really showed you all this yet, but in this process, I've identified the stuff that's the content that is the body content of the page, right? Which is this div ID of wrap. That's gonna wrap everything else except the dialogue. Okay, and so that's the end of that div, and now we have the actual dialogue itself outside of all of that. So now what happens is what I can do is I can hide everything that's not in the dialogue. Which is to say that what I get here is here we go. So this is the wrapper, okay? That's the wrapper, and everything in that wrapper is aria hidden equals true. So what that does is say everything that's basically not the dialogue is going to be aria hidden equals true. So there we go. Let's do step 10. There's actually, hopefully somebody other than Chris or Todd actually know the answer to this. There's actually a way better way to do all this, but I just wanted to show this as a way to show the considerations that we need to think through on this sort of thing. There's a step 10, last step in the whole thing. Let me do this with the screen reader on.
Voiceover on Chrome. Everything you need to know about JavaScript. Everything you need to know. Link. Sign in. Button. Dialog. Close dialog button.
So
you are currently on a button inside of a dialog. Login. Leaving it close. / bookmark. Karl Chrome. Leaving tool. Link.
Oh my God, this is beautiful. Did I not refresh
Chrome.
it?
Reload. Everything you need to know about JavaScript Accessibility. Banner. Dialog. Closed. Leaving everything you need to know about JavaScript. Chrome has new window. Form controls menu. You are currently at web spots menu. No items in. Landmarks. Buttons menu. Auto web spots. Text fields menu.
Awesome.
Windows spots menu.
So what this means is I'm going through, this is called the rotor. What this means is that all that other stuff that was behind the dialogue is now fully hidden, all the way hidden from the assistive technology. So that's it. 10 steps. Yeah, baby. All right.
MagnoliaJS window.
Yeah.
Slide system settings. Voiceover off.
All right. So that's it. Again, all you have to do is think through one major thing that I like to tell everybody at all my presentations. What is this thing and what does it do? That's the big thing. That's the mental question that everybody asks as they go through all the user interfaces that they experience. What is this thing and what does it do? I've showed you how to label things, how to shift focus to things as necessary, how to give them all a proper role. That is it. You can reach me on the Twitters at Karl Groves and actually everything at Karl Groves. QR code that takes you to the Goatse website. I know how old some of you are now if you've gotten that. If you don't know what it is, do not Google it. That takes you to my LinkedIn profile. And then and my blog, Karl Groves, LinkedIn, Karl Groves. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. You driving home?
I'm not. I'm taking a plane. Yeah.
Okay. Slightly slower than your vehicle.
Exactly.
Okay,
yeah.
no problem. I didn't mean for this. I went in the back and I got prettier. I didn't mean for that to happen. What you think? I'm cute? That's what I'm talking about. What? No, maybe you're looking at it upside down. That don't even make no sense. All right, so, all right, let me find out. Question, Richard, do they get 3 or 5? Ooh, 5 minute, you know the routine. Bathroom, gift shop, Lonnie in the back or outside, which is beautiful. You can go in the back, but do not take food or drink. See you in 5.
Looks like only I could get you done, and I need to get my life back to the sun. God, I'm so sorry when I run. I'm about my tongue. Looks like only I could get you done, and I need to get my life back to the sun. God, I'm so sorry when I run. Wait until the fall comes. I got tracks on deck, so I put these girls back on red. Yeah. Bombshell at my crib, right when it's all done. I wish that she left. Been thinking with my dick too much. These critics give me lip too much. Yeah. So I punch holes in the wall until my fist bleeds. See my finger on the trigger like would they miss me? I'm about my tongue. Looks like only I could get you done, and I need to get my life back to the sun. God, I'm so sorry when I run. I'm about my tongue. Looks like only I could get you done, and I need to get my life back to the sun. God, I'm so sorry when I run. I can't help, I'm this way. God with me, help me cope with the pain. Yeah. Been a few months since I prayed. Church down the road, but I'm fucking sleeping again. Wake me up, I'm feeling lazy as shit. I ain't heard a church boy talk as crazy as this. You ain't never heard something this blunt from my lips. I just stopped caring what they would say about me, so here I am. I'm about my tongue. Looks like only I could get you done, and I need to get my life back to the sun. God, I'm so sorry when I run. I'm about my tongue. Looks like only I could get you done, and I need to get my life back to the sun. God, I'm so sorry when I run. Yeah. I won't bite my tongue no more. 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 And everything I'm saying be real. Everything I'm saying is changing lives. If you're feeling like me, just know that you're not alone. You're not alone. I'm about my tongue. Looks like only
come in the arena, make the ground shake, make the ground scream. Me feeling no conquer enemy. Bring the fire when I fight to the melody. Blood fire, you beginner. Keep on the game, me a winner. Your man them know me a leader. When I come in the arena. 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 Come in the arena, make the ground shake, make the ground scream. Me feeling no conquer enemy. Bring the fire when I fight to the melody. Blood fire, you beginner. Keep on the game, me a winner. Your man them know me a leader. When I come in the arena. When I come in the arena. When I come in the arena. When I come in the when I come in the arena. Let's go.
Our way back. If we can make our way back, that would be awesome. If we can make our way back, that would be awesome. Here they come. I like it. Mr. Richards, did you get the folks outside? Thank you. Oh, thank you. So nice. All righty. Make our way in. You're doing great. Got a few people just grabbing snacks on the way over. We like it. We want to hold up Mr. Tyler. All right, as folks are coming in, you notice I ask everyone something about themselves separate from coding. So I asked this young man, just tell me something cool about yourself, and he freezes up. He's like, oh, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I'm just a regular dude. Then he drops on me. He does half, he's a triathlete, and he does half Ironman, and he's done a full Ironman.
That's right.
Does anybody know what a full Ironman entails? It's what, about 2.5 miles swimming?
Yep, 2.5 miles swimming, and then 112 miles biking and a marathon.
That was an afterthought for him. The fact that you did that, did you finish it?
I finished before they picked me up. So they come out, you have a certain amount of time, and then they kick you off. But I made it before the time cut off. So.
Man, that's impressive. Anybody in here, anybody think they can do that? That's what, 2.5 miles, swimming.
Yep.
Right? And then, what's the biking?
112.
112 miles on a bike, and then 26, is a marathon 26?
24.
24?
Something.
24 miles running. Who thinks they can handle that? You can? Then that would mean that first part would be a problem, wouldn't it? Like, bro, you would just start off and say, hey, where? Oh, damn. Yes, drowning is a handicap. Yes. Somebody explain water to this person right here for a second. It's all right. No, that's really impressive. You can tell we're really impressed. So not only can he do all of this strenuous stuff, but now he's going to tell you all this powerful stuff he does with his brain. Please bang your hands together for Mr. Tyler Clark.
Yeah, I did make it to the ending. I was one of the back of the packs, but yes, I did make it through the Ironman at the end of the day. So.
And you did swim.
I did swim. You can't touch the bottom, so you either swim or drown. It was in a river, so. Cool. Well, first of all, yeah, just shout out to Magnolia. It's a great event. I actually was here in 2019, the first time Magnolia ever did this event, and it was great. Let's try not to have any feedback. And I wanted to come back, so I'm glad that I was able to be here and to speak with everyone here today. So as you can see, my talk is around interviewing, and more specifically around React interviews. Already had a great introduction there, so just add a couple of things that were missed. I currently work at Auth0, which is a product of Okta. So we provide the identity, we're an identity provider. So we basically, for those that are new, it's the login box, so authentication, authorization. We offer it in a bunch of different languages and SDKs and all that stuff. So if anybody has identity questions, please come and talk to me about it. I'd love to get feedback on the product as well. I'm not just going to be talking about interview stuff, so you can also come talk to me about identity questions you might have. I'm happy to take those. Yeah, triathlete, husband. I'm from Utah. I grew up in Texas, live in Utah now. And that's my Twitter handle there at the corner there. I'm going to post slides there and on the Discord later if you want to get some of these tips later on. And I'm also going to have a QR code at the end so you can scan that and connect with me on that as well. All right, so when I was writing this talk, I started to throw a whole bunch of code on my slides for React interviews. And I wanted to take the first part of my talk and talk a little bit more about the soft skills part of things when it comes to interviewing at companies, because soft skills and the things that you do before you get to the job interview is sometimes the most important part, if not the most important part, before you even get to the technical side. So there's two main parts to my talk that I'm going to talk to you all today. The first one is going to be more of things that you can do before getting into an interview process. And then the last part is going to be more technical, and we'll get into some coding and actual coding tips and tricks. And again, I'm not a recruiter, so Taylor, I don't think he's here. He's gone. I'm not a recruiter. I have definitely been in a plethora of interviews. I've worked at startups, enterprise like Okta now, nonprofits. I've interviewed people and been interviewed, been rejected by tons and everything. So this is just my personal preference, some things that you can take, and some of them might sound cliche, but they're definitely worthwhile. I saw this tweet on Twitter a couple months ago, and I thought it was super applicable. But the job market today, especially with the macroeconomics of things, kind of feels like this, Mario, in like an impossible level, right? You think about algorithm questions and trying to get the salary you want, and there's always like, do you tell the recruiter how much you make now? Like, is that going to bring down my package? And all those questions that come up. It can definitely feel like this as we're interviewing in the job market. And if we can be real for a second and talk a little bit more about some of the scary parts of things before we get into some things that you can control. I've noticed this year that unfortunately it doesn't matter who you are in the tech market. So if you don't know some of these names, some of these folks have great communities, lots of followers on social medias, they're content creators. They've got books, big communities, and these are just 3 of them that I had just thought of on top of my head, but there's tons more. But in today's world, it doesn't matter who you are, and it doesn't matter where you work. So this is on layoffs.fyi, but this is just this year alone. There's tons of layoffs, right? It doesn't matter if you work at startups or enterprise. It's prevalent, right? It's Mario running through that impossible world. Because we live in America, and capitalism, for all its good pros and cons that it has, companies at the end of the day are going to do what's best for them, and that might mean laying off departments and teams and changing focus of things. And so I saw this quote again a couple months ago leading up to this, and I really liked it. And it said, if you work hard on your job, you can make a living. If you work hard on yourself, you can make a fortune. And this quote, to me, is not just about a financial fortune. I think there's a lot to say in like mental health and also emotional and relationships and that kind of stuff. But to apply to my talk, the way that I see this is not only should we try to be great employees for our company and help our company succeed, but we also have to have a side of selfishness, or we have to be proactive in our own career. We have to make sure that even if you do currently have a job, we have to make sure that you're also investing in yourself as well as doing good to your company, because that domain knowledge, a lot of times, it might not transfer to your next company. And so you have to make sure that you're keeping track of your wins at your company you work at now. You need to make sure that you're doing things like Taylor talked about this morning about as you learn new things, writing content around them, making yourself visible outside of just your company as well as in your company, so that you're doing good with yourself, but then you're also prioritizing your own investment and your own career. So with that in mind, let's get into some tips. I think I have like 10 or 11 total for the rest of this talk. And again, the first part of this, I'm going to give some tips around some soft skills or some things that you can do before you get into the interview space, and then we'll get into the technical, look at some code examples for React. So tip number 1 I have is have a portfolio. So this is super cliche, and the next 2, 3 are as well, but you have to have a portfolio when you're interviewing. not only is it so hard to even get an interview sometimes, but if you don't have a website with your name on it or a GitHub with repos on it that you can point to, it makes it really hard to persuade the conversation. And a quick story on this portfolio thing is, outside of just learning more by creating your own portfolio, I've seen where your portfolio can control the conversation that you have with an interviewer. So for example, if an interviewer asks you, do you have experience with APIs in React? You say, yes, I can. I've done it in my current company now. Or you can answer and say, yes, I have. I have this GitHub repo that I did myself, and here's the code on it. And you'll see how the conversation shifts from, oh, that's great, I'm going to take your word for it, versus, oh, I see your repo, it's public, and this is a little thing that you did. Let's talk about this. So the conversation has now moved from a list of questions that an interviewer might have ready to ask you, some of which you might not know the answer to, and it might actually shift to viewing your portfolio and going through your work, things that you are probably an expert in because you probably built it yourself. And so you can control that conversation during the interview if you have that portfolio. So it's always good to have those links ready as you're interviewing. So as they ask you questions, you can say, oh yeah, I did that. Actually, here's an example of it. Or on my personal website where it's just myname.com or .dev, I actually built that in React or in Next or in Gatsby or whatever, and I used these things to do it. That goes way further than just saying, yes, I did it at my current company. Great. They don't know anything what that, no one knows what that means, and they're just going to take your word for it. Tip number 2, again, Taylor, I'm glad that my talk was today, and a lot of talks today have honestly transitioned well to my talk today, but always be networking. So glad that everyone's here at this conference, but just like Taylor was saying this morning, it's so important to network. The current company that I'm working at now, Okta, I got this job because I knew somebody, and I was interested in this company, and I knew somebody that I had networked with at a previous event. We were friends in Slack, in a Slack Discord group, and I reached out to them. And what's cool about networking is usually bigger companies, maybe some smaller, almost public or VC-funded companies, there's a referral bonus, right, if you refer somebody. So usually it's good both ways. So not only are you going to help yourself, but you're also probably going to give a little kickback to the person that refers you, and 9 times out of 10, that puts your application on the top of the stack. So make sure that you're always networking and connecting with people. The next one is always be interviewing. As you can tell, I'm a huge The Office fan. Puts me to sleep every night. Interviewing is a skill, and a lot of people in high school and colleges I always heard the saying, I'm not a good test taker. And interviewing is the same way. It's not just how good you are with your technical skills, but you also kind of need to understand social skills. You also need to understand how to deal with conflicts or being able to answer questions that you don't know, but answering in a way that shows that you're interested in learning and doing better. If you fail an interview, it's always good to just ask for feedback. Ask if they'll share maybe why you were passed up on. Sometimes you get the auto-generated response on an interview, which you can't control, but if you've worked with somebody, you can ask for advice and say, what did I do wrong? Or things I could have done better. That feedback is going to be valuable for you. And then do some mock interviews with either friends, or there's a lot of services online that you can do. There's boot camps that'll do it. You can offer to write stuff for another person to get an interview, but there's lots of things that you can do to get in that interview practice. And the last kind of soft skill or pre-interview tip I have before we get into React is to break down job descriptions. So one of the biggest things that could kill your chances in an interview, in my experience, in my opinion, is if you ask questions about the job that were answered in the job description. That to me shows you didn't care, that you're mass applying, and to me, trying to hire for my team, I'm going to say they didn't really take the time. In fact, what I like to do is position your resume and your conversation and answers to questions in a way that more closely aligns with the job description. So maybe look at technologies that they're saying they're asking for. There's always a section at the bottom that says like not required but preferred skills. See if there's some way that you can change your resume, change the way those portfolio links that you share, things that you can talk about when they say what's the greatest win that you have at your company now. Instead of just sharing something around React, if you're applying for a QA position, bring up a test that you wrote or something that you did that you saw success with. But in other words, shape the way that you present yourself to more closely match what the job description is looking for. All right, so let's get into some code and look at some React tips here for doing the interview challenge. So a lot of times I've seen a lot of my tips. One of the most common React interview questions that I've seen involve, here's a React component, and sorry, that's really loud, huh? Is a React component that fetches an API and then displays the data. There's usually some type of like sorting input box, then you shape and move data around. So that's kind of how I position some of these tips. All right, so the first one is the React hook cleanup function. This is a really quick, easy miss that is really simple, and it shows to me that you understand hooks in React. And it's the idea of having this return function down here at the bottom of your hook. So a lot of use effects get used just to go and fetch data. But I've seen interviews usually ask for like an interview interval or a set timeout of some kind just to see if you know how to use that and do that. And it's really easy to miss this return function. So always make sure that you're utilizing this cleanup function at the end of the hooks. So that's tip number 5 there for React. For number 6, writing tests. So this one's a really easy thing, especially as we'll see in this. Oh, I won't get there just yet. But it's really easy to write tests in React code these days. With the React testing library, you could easily throw a quick test on another adjacent file that you can have the interviewer run. It's really easy to have this test get rendered and completed. You notice that I'm just bringing in the testing library here and then running a simple test that loads and displays some data. It's really not that many lines of code, and this test is a good amount of stuff. And you don't need to spend all your time on tests, but this throwing in a simple test here or there around your logic or your component can go a long way with an interviewer. And there's a lot of AI tools out there today. So this one I found, Codium, I threw it in VS Code last week to try it out. But this one is really cool because based on the code that you write for your challenge, you can have it automatically generate tests for you. Obviously, you want to make sure that you read through the test and understand it correctly, because if you get asked about it, you need to make sure you understand it and can talk about it. But this could save you some time. You can utilize some AI tools. We had the GitHub Copilot. That can do it for you as well. But utilize tools like this one to help generate some of that stuff for you. This actually also helps you write your commit messages and PRs too. So that could also be helpful in putting in some more technical words. And again, we had a great accessibility talk right before this one. So I don't even really need to talk too much about this, but make sure you throw in your correct tags, right? Make sure you're throwing in your indexes, your focuses. Make sure you're using your labels. And anything that's required, make sure you have that in your code. It's really simple, but if you're being interviewed by somebody that understands it, this could be an instant just rejection if you don't have this stuff. And I promise I already had this slide in there before the last talk, but specifically around buttons and groups. So that's why I'm shocked that I'm so glad that I went after that talk so you can see more. This is a little snippet of it, but really keep things accessible when you're writing stuff. So a lot of the React challenges that I've seen involve getting data from another server and displaying it. And so the idea of making sure you're grouping things, that you're not disabling things. Don't use display none to hide something, or use a disable tag on buttons, because that actually removes it from the screen reader. So make sure that you're writing accessible code while you're creating your React application. A quick one is make sure to group related state together. So a lot of times I see use state hooks everywhere for each little thing. It's a lot better to just have them all grouped together into one. This makes it easier when sending data to the server. Keeps things grouped together. It makes sure that all the data that you have is up to date and everything gets moved and compiled together. This tip from Lee, he's at Rizel, if you're not sure who he is. But he tweeted this a little while ago, and is the idea of using the URL to derive the state. And so what he's saying here is, a lot of times we throw hooks at our code, and those that have worked in larger applications will have use hooks and use states that expand thousands of lines of code on a big app. In his proposal, what he was talking about here is the idea of using the URL and query strings to drive the state of the application. You can actually get rid of most, if not all, of your used state hooks. And what that kind of looks like here, here's some pseudocode. But you'll notice on this onSubmit function, inside of it, we have some lines of code here that's going to the URL, getting the parameters, and then checking that. So instead of working with a useState hook, where you get values out, this is going to the URL. And the way that and then, what did I see? Oh yeah, and the last line there, router.push, this pushes the state. So this is in Next, but you can definitely do it in React Router and other things. But you can use the router to push and update state, and that'll actually re-render the page. And then down on the input, that shows like a search box of some kind. You'll notice that you get the value of this value for input. Sometimes this is we get this value from state sometimes, but you can get it from the URL. And obviously with the URL, what's nice about that is you can copy a whole URL link and send it to somebody. Deep linking is what it's called. And then they can open up the state of the application in the exact same way that you have it on your screen. And so this cleans up all the hooks that are in there, makes it much more clean, and then it's a lot easier with this to, again, share that state around to other parts of the app. Sometimes with fetching data from the server, a lot of times we'll have Boolean flags that will tell us, did we get an error? Did we ask for the data? Did we get the data back? And so you'll see a lot of Boolean flags in there with our code. Instead of Boolean flags, use something called an enum, which basically just describes the current state of your app. So instead of true falses, that could end up putting you into what's called an impossible state, or maybe you forgot to update one flag here in your code and another flag here in the code, and your app's got all these if-else spinners and error messages. Just have one set of status here that defines what your app is at any given time. Tip 11 here is be careful with optimization. So I've definitely found this, I ran into this error before, which is why I'm sharing it with you all. I thought I was cool in my app when I was doing something with React, and thought I would throw some React optimizations into the code to kind of show that I knew what they were, and that I was trying to write the best code. Turns out that I think at a certain level, you'll notice that there's a difference between when you're supposed to use them and when you're not supposed to do it. And by using them in the wrong spot, it could show that you don't know how to actually use them. So these three here, we have use memo, and use callback. They're all React optimization functions, but we want to make sure that we use them at the right time. So for example, looking at this basic set of code here, when does this re-render? So we have this useState hook here, and every time this useState updates, all the children are going to update. So everything inside of this is going to update because that component is going to update state, and then all this stuff re-renders, including that component there that says expensive tree. So all that's going to re-render. Now when I see this code, before I would say, okay, I don't want to have that happen on each time because as you can see, it doesn't have props. It doesn't care about the color. It doesn't have color about that color state. So how do I make sure that that expensive, let's call it a table, doesn't re-render each time we change color? So a quick answer would be, let's wrap this into a React.memo, which basically says that don't re-render if the props stay the same. So this component is not going to re-render with that state change. So all we did was wrap it in React.memo, and we have expensive tree. This does solve the problem. The way it is, this makes sure that it doesn't re-render each time. However, in React, we know that features come in, components get moved around, things get updated. So what happens when expensive component starts to receive props, like passing down a style prop that wants to get applied to it? Well, with JavaScript, good old JavaScript, this is going to that React.memo is worthless now. Because React.memo is going to compare the reference to that object. And so while it might look good in code, only a good eye that would understand what React.memo does, that is going to re-render now every single time, and you just added React.memo for nothing. This would work for primitive values like string and number, Boolean, but it doesn't work for objects and arrays. So other dev came in, wanted to pass down a style And they've actually made the application go back to re-rendering each time that color changes. So what's the solution? The solution is to, this is the tip, move state down to only the parts that care about it. So you can see that we're creating this form component here where we've taken out the state out of the app and we've moved it into a new component. So we moved all the HTML, the JSX here that cares about that state. We moved it down into its own. And then this is what our tree now looks like. So this fixes that problem of re-rendering each time that our state changes. So don't always put the state up at the very top of your parent tree. Move it to where it makes sense, or move it only to where the parts that actually care about that state. So what about the scenario where you can't move the state down further because it's at a parent level? So you notice that there's this color now that cares about it, and it's the parent of expensive tree. Okay, so do we have to go back to React.memo? There's actually another way that we can do this without using React.memo. And the way to do that would be to create a new component, let's call it color picker, and it's going to have a children prop. This is from React, it has a children prop, and expensive tree, this component, is now the child of color picker, this color picker. And so React automatically for us optimizes the children prop. So we don't need to wrap the expensive tree component in a React.memo. If it's the children, React knows it'll see that the children are the same and it won't re-render it. So you notice here, we don't need React.memo. Now granted, there's definitely times, let's say that state does need to live at the top, it's not a parent, all the components rely on it through props and stuff, then you can React.memo it. But a lot of times, the difference between a senior dev and maybe like a principal or someone that really understands how React works can see that you don't actually need React.memo. And the last tip here before we get into a couple final things is make sure to use hooks only when you really need them. So as you saw with React.memo and use callback and stuff, sometimes you don't need them, and in this case, sometimes you don't need use effects. So sometimes you might use a use effect to do something after a fetch request fails. So let's say if we get an error, let's do something else. You don't actually need it. Just do it where it happens. So in this case, we have a use effect. It has an error message. We have the dependency array of error. And every time we get an error, let's do something. You actually don't need that other logic. Just do it where it happens. In this case, we can do the updating of states and everything else instead of that catch. And some final little rapid-fire things, just one-off things here. Be familiar with things like Code Sandbox. So there's a lot of tools out there that you can use. I interviewed at Google one time, didn't get the job, but they have you write the code in a Google Doc, which is terrible. So hopefully you don't ever have to do something like that. But with a lot of companies, they use tools like Code Sandbox, and there's a lot of little features where in the browser you're writing code that mimic like VS Code. Know some of the common hooks like I was talking about. Understand when those hooks are used, because by using them you might feel like it makes sense, but it actually is unnecessary. You can use some mock tools and platforms like Great Frontend to prep. Those are going to give you some good practice in your next interview. And then I think it's good to have an opinion about React stuff. So if you like a certain state management framework like Redux or something, or you like Tailwind or you don't like Tailwind, I think that someone that has an opinion and has the ability to explain the trade-offs, say I like this, these are why, and these are the trade-offs that I'm willing to live with, that to me shows that you're experienced and that you've been through multiple different types of applications. You've come and formed your own opinion, and you can describe that. So don't worry about saying something wrong. Maybe they're not asking for Redux, but that's what you're known for. I think it's better to come in saying, I use Redux, and this is why, and I'm willing to live with those trade-offs. And having that own opinion, I think, shows the difference between like a junior-ish person or someone that's a little bit more senior. So quickly a recap here. Make sure you're investing in yourself. Be proactive. Care about yourself and your career, because odds are you're not going to be at your company forever. Make sure that you've got things figured out for yourself. Always be networking. Break down job descriptions. understand your code. Sometimes less is more. Don't just throw things at it just because it looks cool. And after you get through the fundamental things, especially at the bootcamp stuff, start to learn trade-offs, start to learn patterns, strategies, techniques, and start forming your own opinion. And that's it. Thank you. That's my Twitter if you want to follow me there. That's it. Thanks.
Awesome, man. Thank you. Thank you. All righty. Mr. Richard has stated we have a 2-minute bathroom break. You know the rules. You can go into the gallery. Don't bring food or drink. The gift shop is still open. Lonnie is still sitting back there. Make your way to the bathroom if you want to step outside. See you guys in about 2 to 3 minutes. Thank you.
I'm up to here where you're headed. The audacity, actually, to really think I care that you're mad at me. When you took a knife and put it in the back of me. Love like a Shakespeare tragedy. The alchemy of you and me. Mixing NAK and catastrophe. You're the OG in apologies. You're out at the end when it's last to me. And now you're out running your mouth. Talking your shit so loud. Do yourself a favor, turn it down. I'ma let them know what you're about. Tell me, do you like the taste of the medicine that you made? Did it feel, babe, you're to blame. Now you lost your advantage. I'm up to here, yeah, had it. Like the taste of the medicine that you made. Did it feel, babe, you're to blame. Games you play will come to an end. No use defending words that you can't comprehend. The audacity, actually, to really think I care that you're mad at me. When you took a knife and put it in the back of me. Love like a Shakespeare tragedy. And now you're out running your mouth. Talking your shit so loud. Do yourself a favor, turn it down, please. Everybody knows what you're about. Tell me, do you like the taste of the medicine that you made? Did it feel, babe, you're to blame. I'm up to here where you're headed. I can show how the vibe is with me. Take a bite of me, bite of me. Give your best to me, best to me. I just wanna be something in your mind, something on the side. Hey. Take a bite of me, bite of me. Take the best of me, best of me. I will let you see, we can go so high if you make your mind. Take a bite of me, bite of me. Give your best to me, best to me. I just wanna be something in your mind, something on the side. I'm the only one. I'm the one who's still been with you when everyone is gone. 'Cause it's late, but I'm fucked up with you. Take a bite of me, bite of me. Give your best to me, best to me. I just wanna be something in your mind.
Alrighty, as we start moving back, reminder, go to Discord and vote for your favorite costume for the day. Go to Discord. We got to get those votes in before 4 o'clock. Before 4 o'clock, go to Discord and vote for your favorite costume for today. Remember, we will have another costume contest tomorrow. That was my radio announcer voice. How was that? Cool, thanks. All right, thanks, no problem. All right, let's make our way in. Have a seat. Have a seat. Doing wonderful. I like to see the networking. How many people have chatted with and made contacts with somebody they did not know prior to today? You did? Thank you, man. That's awesome. Someone actually exchanged, but they gave you their data too. No. Yeah, that's a different word. That's called stalking. You want to stop doing that. I know, stop it. All right. But who did you meet that you didn't know? Okay. Oh, okay, good. All righty. No, I don't want to know you. All right, so question. No, I'm joking, man. You all right? You the dude that want to do the triathlon, but you can't swim. I'm going to remember that. You're going to walk that 2.5 miles underneath. All right. Who have you met that you didn't know? Joel? All right, that sounds good. Who have you met that you didn't know? Victoria. I like this. This is where it's going. It's pretty cool. All right, Mike, do you remember the name of the person you actually made feel uncomfortable?
Yeah, keep that right here. We're talking about brewing beer.
See, and here's the thing. I know you're not lying because the gentleman told me he's a master chef and a beer brewer. So he gave you that data freely. All right, okay, that's good. Look, if Michael can meet and make new friends, anybody can. So you guys do make sure you meet. It is possible. My people at the table, who did you meet that you didn't already know? Y'all knew each other. Y'all showed up like this. Then blink twice if you need help, baby. You good? All right, that's cool. You all right? You good? All right? Okay, cool. That's all right. All righty. So I'm already, he tried so hard. I'm going to try this again. Patricio? Yes! Patricio. Man, shut up. I'm from New Orleans, bruh. We try to say streets like Chapatulas. Give me a break, man. All right, Mr. Vargas here, some cool things. First of all, he comes to us from Mexico. Right, and I asked him, tell me something cool. This is what I love, you guys. During the day, he's talking nerd. But at night, he's back in New York running parties, man. This dude, are you a DJ too, or do you just run the parties? That's all right, but is that still cool? I don't know how parties work. Is the dude running the party as cool as the DJ? No? The DJ's real cool? That's all right. I think you're cool anyway, man. So when you, next time anybody going to New York, we hit you up, you gonna get us into one of your parties? All righty. Is it like it's an old party though, like it stops at 9, right? To what? 4 a.m.? No, bro, I'm good. All right, I'm good, I'm straight. All right, we don't need to go to none of his parties, y'all. Y'all bang your hands together for the party man himself, Mr. Vargas!
Is that better? Okay, yeah, of course. That's why I'm not a sound guy. So anyways, so today we're gonna be talking from cost to order, how React Monorepos can simplify your code base. So I'm Patricio Vargas. Forget about my first name, it's way too complex. My parents don't like me, and they decided to send me to the US, and now here we are, right? So I go by Pato, it means dog, quack quack. So in Mexico, if your name is Patricio, they call you Pato. It's sort of like a Michael Mike kind of thing. So I'm a Google developer expert in web technologies. I'm a Microsoft MVP. I'm also a Auth0 ambassador, AWS community builder, Postman Supernova, Tulu champ, media developer expert at Cloudinary, and also a Google Woman Take Maker. And that's about it. So let's talk about architecture, right? So I have seen in my personal experience when I was doing consulting, a lot of the people making the mistake of just building an app without actually thinking through it, right? They just decided to start creating React components and sending props all over the place, the same as you state, and all that. But they didn't think about the UX. They didn't think about the performance of the application. They didn't think about the CI/CD pipeline. They didn't think about how the pieces are going to be put together. And they definitely didn't think about the developer experience. They always forget about us for some reason, right? And we're the one building the product. So a few architectural considerations whenever you're building an application, right? For example, an app overview. Make sure that all the developers actually understand what they're building, right? Some app features talk about the domain security, domain rules, the logging, the services communication, data models, feature components, and shared functionality. The shared functionality is what I'm going to be focusing on today with Monorepos. So has anyone been in a situation where they have to reuse a piece of code and share it somewhere else? Like probably everybody, right? Yeah. If you haven't, then you probably need to write more code. Straight up, I'm sorry. And so there's two types of shared code. The first one is app shared code, meaning this code is only gonna be shared across your application, only one app. And the other one is project shared code, meaning this code is gonna be shared between multiple projects or even between multiple applications. So just to give you an example, let's say that you have an application that you're building for a university, right? And you have a component for the students, right? And then your colleague is building an application for a car dealership. I mean, they don't really have nothing to do with each other, right? But maybe the security, let's say that you're maybe using Auth0 for the login system, right? You can use that to be shared across multiple projects and applications. So this is how the app shared code looks like, right? This is essentially just a a basic structure of your application. So you have your components, you have your containers, and everything that you see in this folder is gonna be used across your entire application. But if you want to use anything from this folder in a different app, it's just not possible, right? And for different reasons, maybe you don't have it in an NPM package, and maybe because they have different business logic and things like that. That doesn't mean that you have to use them anywhere else. So the project shared code can essentially look like this, right? Have you worked in an enterprise company? Anyone here? Right? Maybe you're familiar that a lot of these companies have their own private NPM registry. Meaning, whatever you have in this NPM registry, nobody else can access it besides people from your company. So, for example, at PayPal, we have our own component library, right? And nobody else outside of PayPal can use it. So this is essentially how it looks like. You have your React components or your NPM packages, and different React applications have access to those components or libraries inside of your organization. So NPM packages and monorepos. The NPM packages strategy has some pros, right? You can publish it and share these libraries with other teams or projects, or even with the outside world. That doesn't mean that because you have a library, an NPM package, it doesn't mean that someone else in, I don't know, Korea can use it, right? Like if you have it in a public NPM registry, everybody has access to it. If you have it in a private one or an enterprise one, only people from your organization can use it. So that's a cool pro, reusability. But what about the cons? Anybody has a con in mind? What has been like your real struggle whenever you're working with NPM packages? What did you say? I wish I had like $1 million to give you. That was amazing, yeah. So it's a really good one. Linking your library to your main project and rebuild to every change. Meaning, for example, if you're using an NPM package that has the version 1.0, and then suddenly you guys need to update to version 2.0, you have to go to all the projects that are used in your library and update them. And then you will need to keep syncing your project with the latest version of the library. You don't want to be that guy or that enterprise company that is always like running like 4 or 5 versions behind. That is like so common, I don't even know why, but don't do it. Be careful when using libraries. So every shared library needs to have its own CI/CD pipeline. Keep that in mind. Each CI/CD pipeline should handle versioning of changes, basically the number that you see in the NPM package. Then every time a new change happens in a shared repo, you need to go to all your projects using this library and update their NPM package. This process sucks, right? We hate that. And then there can be mismatches with different NPM packages for your React projects, right? And like I was telling you, just make sure that always have the latest version. You never know when there's like a security issue or something like that, and something that can later on break your code. So keep that in mind. So monorepos are here to solve a lot of those problems, but monorepos are not for everybody. Just keep that in mind. So anybody knows what a monorepo is? No? That's not a problem. That's why we're here. Monorepos are a source control pattern where essentially all the code bases live in the same repository. All projects will always use the latest version of the code, right? So React monorepos have some pros. Same library version for every app, right? Just because you have a monorepo, that doesn't mean that you are not going to have libraries or NPM packages, right? You can actually have a library inside of your monorepo and still publish it in your NPM registry. And the reason for that could be, let's say that you want every single application inside of your monorepo to be always up to date with your library. But maybe another project actually needs this library, but they don't really care all the time to be increasing the version like very often, so they can use the library through NPM registry. Ease of maintenance, when you update a shared library, you update it for all the apps. So the cool thing about Monorepos is that if, let's say, I'm gonna show you, if you change literally the color of a paragraph, right? You're technically changing the version of your library, and that means that every application across your monorepo is gonna see those changes right away, and you're not gonna have to go into every single app inside of your monorepo and do the manual change of version 1.0.1, version 1.0.2, and so on. So no conflicts between versions, and update the package and test everything in a simple way. So a good practice whenever you're working with monorepos is to, every time that you make a change in your libraries, to actually test every single application inside of your monorepo. If one single application inside of your monorepo crashes whenever you update one of the NPM packages, let's say, you shouldn't publish that package, right? You should figure out what's breaking. So where should I build my libraries? That's like the million-dollar question. So if developers of a company are set to work on the same project, no matter how large, use monorepos. If developers are set to work on different projects, teams, location, and code bases, you may want to build each library in their own repository. Why? For my personal point of view, monorepos are great, right? But not everything is beautiful. Let's be real. I think the main problem when working with monorepos is communication. If you don't have communication in your team, which I think you should, you're probably going to struggle with monorepos, right? Because then suddenly you're going to see something changing, and then you're like, why, right? So keep that in mind. So like I was telling you, sometimes monorepos, if you want to do everything from scratch by yourself or reinvent the wheel, it can be quite complicated. But thankfully, we have some tools that can make our life easier. Anybody wants to guess which tools I'm going to be talking about? No. Anybody wants to guess? Tyler? So you gotta pay attention to class, boy. So the question was, if you know any monorepo tool that can make your life easier as a developer. No? And that's 100%. Who said the next? That's my boy right there. Yeah. So there's two very popular tools. One is NX, and the other one is TurboRepo. I'm going to be focusing on NX, but feel free to use whatever tooling that you feel more comfortable with or your company likes the most. So how can NX help you and solve all these challenges that you're going to get whenever you're working with monorepos? First of all, NX is going to help you speed up your existing projects, build and test locally in your CI workflow. It can quickly scaffold a new project by using NX plugins. Doesn't matter what technology are you using. If you want to use Go and React, if you want to use Angular and Java and React, React and Node.js, NX is here to help you out. Has anybody struggled with Webpack? Like, I hate Webpack, I'm sorry. It's just like so hard. And well, thankfully with NX, I don't have to touch Webpack ever again. They do everything in the background for me. I just need to type something in the terminal and everything is set up. If I want to create a Node.js application using TypeScript, just one command and it's ready to go. The same for React, you know. If I want to integrate Tailwind, if I want to integrate Storyblock, if I want to integrate testing tooling, no problem. It's right out of the box. So also, NX can help you to ensure consistency and code quality with custom generators and lint rules. So every company may have their own way of writing or building React, Angular, Vue applications, right? So you can actually set those rules with NX to make sure that all your applications do look essentially the same. And then NX can help you make your deployment easier, and it can help you manage your shared code. In what I mean by shared code, I mean your, hey boss. Can help you manage your shared code, like your libraries and your NPM packages. So getting started with NX. So getting started with NX is actually quite simple. The first thing that you have to do is install the NX CLI globally. That way you have access to all the superpowers that NX is providing to your application. To do so, you have to do npm install -- global NX at latest, which is gonna install the latest CLI version in your computer. And then to actually start working with a monorepo, you need to create a workspace. For example, all you have to do is run this command, npmx create NX workspace at latest, React monorepo, that's actually gonna be the name, and then preset React monorepo. And then when you run that command, and you're gonna see something like this. It's gonna ensure that you want to have that name in your project, right? It's gonna ask you which bundler you would like to use. In this case, I choose Byte. You can choose another one, which is awesome. All you have to do is just select the one that you want, and then it's done for you. You can also select the test runner. In this case, I chose Cypress. Once again, I don't have to do anything else. And then, in this case, I selected SCSS. You can select something else. And also, I enable distributed caching, which is going to make my CI faster. I don't know if you have experience whenever you have a large code base and you want to build your project, it takes like a few minutes, right? If that happens, well, NX is here to help you out because it's going to do caching. So every time that you build your project, it's only going to rebuild the things that are changing, not everything again, which is awesome. So how do you actually create an app now that you have your project, you have your NX workspace? Once again, with one command. npx NX G, that means generate, at NX React app, right? And then in this case, I'm gonna call my app inventory, and I'm going to specify where is this application going to live. And it's gonna live inside of my apps folder. That's all you have to do. So, but wait, there's more. That's my boy Chris. I took a picture of him last night. So yeah, let's actually take a look into the code. So we have this huge, massive, enterprise-ready application. I'm just kidding, it's like super tiny app. Basically, this is the folder structure that you're gonna see whenever you work with NX. You're gonna have your apps, and keep in mind that while this talk is focused on React, you can have different types of applications inside of your monorepo. You can have an Angular one, you can have actually Node.js. If I look into the code, for example, you see that it says PayPal API. That's actually a Node.js application, right? And the cool thing about our monorepos, NX is giving me the access to all the libraries and every shared code to be used across different languages if I need to. For example, I have an interface called products, and I can use that interface inside of my React code, as well as my Angular code, as well as my Node.js code. So pretty cool. So what else? And then I have this application that I created called inventory, and this other one called store monorepo. And how it looks like, give me a second. So like nothing complex, as you can see, right? And then, for example, if we go to the PayPal API, it's just my server, nothing crazy. You write the application the same way you do it without using monorepos. And then if I go to the libs, I don't know why this is showing an error. But if I go to, for example, this library right here, As you can see, let me actually close everything so you can see how many I have. I have a few libraries, one called interfaces, one called orders, one called payments, and one called products. For example, the one for payments, you can add multiple things related to that domain. For example, you can add payments such as Stripe, Mercado Pago, PayPal, or whatever, right? And another one for products, and you're gonna put every single library related to the products, you're gonna put it there. And for example, in this one right here, I have a library for my shared UI components. And inside of here, I have two components, one called message, and the other one total. So let's take a look to the message one. So as you can see, it's something super simple. Basically, it takes a prop and it's gonna take a React node. And the reason why it takes a React node is because people can pass not only a string, but maybe they want to pass an HTML element. So you might be wondering, okay, Pato, that's awesome. You have the library. Now, how can I actually use this library across my different applications? It's actually very simple. The way to do so, you're going to go, for example, let's say, let's take a look to this one right here. Oh no, it's actually not here. Give me a second. Okay. Let's scroll all the way down. I'm using it this way, basically the same way that you inject a React component is the same way that you're gonna inject a library. The only thing that is gonna change is gonna be the import. So if I scroll all the way to the top, this is what I'm gonna be doing. I'm gonna do import message from a React monorepo, and then I'm gonna specify the name of my library, which in this case is the share-UI. So, as you can see, it's not very complex to do so. So if I go to the terminal, right, and then another cool thing that I really like about NX is that it allows me to run multiple projects inside of my monorepo with one command. As you can see, I have I'm specifying this command that says run many. Can everybody see, or should I zoom in? And then I'm selecting the projects that I want to run, which is going to be PayPal, -store, -monorepo, and then the inventory, and then I'm going to be running my Node.js server as well. And everything is going to be happening in parallel. So pretty cool. What else? This is the way, this command that you see right here, this is the way that you create a library. And you specify which project you're going to be creating that library into. So as you can see, I have this component called total, and it's going to live inside of my shared UI project. And if I go to the total component, it's nothing crazy. Basically what it does, it calculates the total of my products that I have in my cart. Right, and if I go to my project, this is how it looks like. Sorry, Chris, you're worth $0, but you know. And Michael, my boy, is worth the most. This actually doesn't reflect real values, FYI. So yeah. Any questions so far? No. I don't hear you. If I get confused with multiple monorepos, so in this case, this is only this is only one monorepo, right? But I have multiple apps inside of that monorepo. So you don't have an issue. The only thing is, for example, whenever you build, right, the cool thing about, if you don't use NX or like a Turbo repo, you're going to have to build everything from scratch all the time. With NX, it's only going to build the things that you are changing. So it's gonna be way faster. But everything is gonna be pushed the same way that you push code to your application normally on GitHub. Anyone else has questions? Yes, you can share state, right? The only problem with sharing the state is that I don't recommend that. So think about like, why would you share the state in a, let's say in an application that has security, for example, out 0, and then that is inside of a university application, and then the one for the car dealership. Like, you don't really want to do that. Like, I wouldn't do it for security reasons, yeah. Anyone else? No? All right, hopefully you like the talk. And here's the, there's a tutorial. There's a reason why you should use Turborepo, why you should use NX. At the end of the day, use whatever makes you happy. And you can find the project to my GitHub in that link right there. Feel free to scan the QR code, and thank you so much.
Mr. Vargas, do me a favor. Go back a few slides, because I want to make sure I was in the back. One more, my brother. The pay scale, the one you had the pay scale.
It was ready.
Oh.
Yeah, because that, yeah, hold on a second. First of all, well, you got a Todd for $19.99, but the most important point, why the hell is a Michael $60?
My boy works for AWS. You know that RSU.
Oh, so it ain't about him, it's the people he know. All right, I was wondering about that. Whoa, Chris. Chris, come see this, bro.
The reason is because he doesn't have a price. He's like, he's priceless, exactly.
Yeah, that word don't mean what you think it means, bro. That's not where that's going. Wait, and Tyler, wait. That dude, that's like $30. That's a bargain. That's a good one right there.
He was
that
actually
less
worth $50, but he left early, so now
No,
he's worth, now he's back.
Yeah.
So he's back to maybe 50 again.
Okay, but I'm having a problem. Why is the AI-generated fake dude, Michael, wait, you know him? What, please? Please. You know what? You know, okay. Right, yeah. I'm going to believe him on my lying eyes. That's right. Oh, that's awesome. Man, thank this dude for doing that. That's awesome, man. You thought you was going to slide that by me. I was sitting in the back and went, that ain't right. That's not right at all. Oh, man. Wait, who's going to go to New York to one of his parties? Anybody going to come? There you go.
There you go.
No, the only one I know for a fact, he could do 4 to 4.
He was pushing us to drink last night.
Yeah, bruh, you can't. You know what? If somebody could like dig up Ken Wheeler and put them together, he was supposed to be here. You know who stopped him? His parole officer. You know good and well. Bruh, if you get them two together, it's over. All right, we gotta let me know the club, bro. We're gonna pass by in New York next time. Don't ever do that again. Go ahead on. I ain't going to your party now. All right, question. Keeper of the time. What are they giving them for the bathroom? All right, 2-minute break. You know how this works. We'll see you guys back in 2 minutes. Thank you.
We can fly, touch
roll, let's roll. Let's make our way back. Let's make our way back. Everybody looking good. Mr. Richards, can you break up your little group there, please? Some of us are trying to have a conference. What's going on? Cool shirt. Hold on a second. Are those fractals? Oh, no, it's cool, though. It's really neat. Oh, I love them. I got a pair of shoes that I only wear if like 3 hours. That's all I can get in them. After that, they hurt. Let's see. We're making our way back. Awesome. I don't have a clock on me. I don't know if it's 4 o'clock yet. Is it 4? Okay, so the voting's over for today. Voting's over for today. So we're going to see tomorrow, though, right? Tomorrow we will have more costumes. We're going to do the same thing over again. Go to Discord. All righty. So we started off, this is another one that started off really well. We were doing great. We were chatting. From the Atlanta area. If you don't know this, New Orleans and Atlanta have problems. I don't know if y'all know this. New Orleans and Atlanta, we have a thing going. It used to just be about sports, but then it just got really rude. I don't know what's going on with that. Yeah, we trifling. It's really petty. If you ever have time, if you've got some moments to spend, go on like the Twitterdom or stuff and find the New Orleans-Atlanta issue. We love y'all. We love y'all. Atlanta just wants to be us. But the idea is, this young lady's amazing, awesome. So I said, tell me something cool about yourself. And we taught English as a second language in
South Korea.
How cool is that? You did too? Y'all,
Nice.
Did y'all meet?
Yes, we have.
Like in South Korea?
No. No.
Okay, I didn't know. It's like, I didn't know you were just walking down the street. Ooh, class was with, hey, what's up? Y'all didn't happen? That didn't go that way? No, okay, that's cool though. And
That
you
was
loved
cool.
it, right?
I did. I had a really good time there.
So I was really impressed with that. And on my back. Now this is the cool part though. The traveling. We are a traveler. So I asked your favorite place. I forgot the name of the city, but you said Spain. And your favorite place was a city called?
It's called Sevilla, although I think in English they'll say like Seville. But Sevilla,
Oh!
Yeah.
This whole time you were saying Seville?
Yes. Because in Spanish, it's Sevilla.
Seville. Don't nobody say that, man.
Well, I mean, I think we should call it what it actually is in the country, no?
Anyway, her favorite place was a place called Seville, and we've been to over 20, we went about 20 countries, right?
Maybe.
Awesome. Now she's going to dazzle you with the brilliant genius of micro-frontend or not to micro-frontend. I don't know what any of that means, but she's going to tell you smart things. Bang your hands together, make all kind of crazy noise for somebody who is from Atlanta.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the intro, even though it is coming from someone from New Orleans. I do. Do appreciate it. So, as you can see here, the title of my talk is To Micro-Frontend or Not to Micro-Frontend, 5 questions to ask first. And one of the reasons why I kind of thought about doing this talk is because I feel like, or at least I have noticed over the past year or so, that it seems that micro-frontends are growing in popularity. Kind of seeing more people talking about it, more blog posts, more talks and summits. And so it's kind of like, for me, it was like, what is this thing? Like, what is a micro-frontend? To be honest, the first time I heard about it, I just thought maybe like some really small apps. I don't know what it is. And then one of my colleagues actually did a little brief presentation on micro-frontends, and I had a lot of questions. I had a lot of questions afterwards. And I'm gonna be honest, one of my first was, how is it spelled? Because I've seen it spelled with the hyphen in between micro and front end. I've seen it without the hyphen, just 2 separate words here, micro and front end. And I've seen it all as just one complete word, micro-frontend. I decided to kind of go with the hyphen throughout my presentation. Although actually when I looked at the screen earlier, it looks like when I submitted my proposal, I did it without the hyphen. So, there's just no consistency here with the name. So if anyone has a suggestion or if anyone is watching and has decided that, which way we should go with, please let me know. That's the one? I appreciate that, thank you. I like that. Okay, so my name is Danielle Maxwell, and I am a junior distributed systems engineer at Rotational Labs. And honestly, the best way to explain that is that I do some front end, I do some back end, so I guess that makes me a full stack engineer. And then another fun fact about me is that I am a really big fan of Liverpool. So I don't know if there are any other soccer or football fans in here. Nice, hi. But I am a really big fan of this team, and I will definitely kind of plan my day around their matches. And yeah, that's it for right now. So we'll talk about what a micro frontend is, because it's possible that many of you are like me and had no idea what this is. And then talk a little bit about why a team may actually want to adopt a micro frontend. What could be the benefits of having this, of using this approach. And then we'll get to the 5 questions that I think that some teams should actually consider before actually making the decision to use micro frontends. Okay. So before I kind of say what a micro frontend is, I'm going to start here with this monolith architecture. I think many of us are quite familiar with this. You have your front end code, you have your back end code, and in between that you just have the API that the front end is calling in, to get your endpoints, get your data and all of that. So you just kind of have that in between. You're likely going to have it all inside of just one repository, in your GitHub repository, and your code base is just going to be all in one place, even if you have multiple teams. That's kind of, a really common thing, right? And then, your apps start off small. I think someone kind of mentioned, I think it was Pato actually, just went before me, was talking about with the architecture, you kind of maybe don't really think about your apps, especially in the beginning. And then what happens is that they get bigger, and then they get bigger. And what's happening is that your devs, you're looking at the repository, you're trying to figure out where a component is, you're trying to figure out which components interact with which components. It gets to a point where it becomes really difficult to actually be able to manage the code base. And so a micro frontend then says, hey, let's break up this code. It's an architecture style that says, hey, instead of having all of your front-end code in one repository, let's split it up into multiple repositories. Now, your team can decide how they want to do that. Throughout this talk, I kind of think I go with a features, breaking it up by feature, for example. And then what will happen is that eventually each front-end app will actually have to be integrated into the browser. So of course, what we want is that when a user goes to our site, we don't want them to know that this code is all in multiple repositories. They should have a uniform experience on the website. And a couple of companies, it's been kind of hard to find some companies that for sure have said that they use micro frontends. But I know that Capital One has written some blog posts about using micro frontends because they use a lot of microservices, which I'll talk about in a second. And then I believe IKEA as well also actually have been using this architecture. Okay, so now I kind of have a bit of a different visual here. So now we have taken our code, we're split it up into 3 different features. So we have a Teams feature, payments, and the projects. Instead of an API, you're still going to have an API, right? And then at the bottom, you have a microservice. So you have for your backend, you have the code kind of split up as well. And the reason why I have that is, the micro front-end architecture kind of came out of that microservice architecture, that pattern, because a lot of backend teams started to do that. And so then it was well, what about on the front end? Should we do that as well? And so that's just kind of how you, that's one of the ways that we kind of got here to the micro front ends. So now let's get into some of the pros and the cons. So if you have smaller code base, then you can make smaller updates, right? You can make your incremental updates. And it can also reduce deployment bottlenecks. Because if you have multiple teams, the code is all in one place. You know, if one team makes a change, but then that change will require the other team to make a change, and it's like you have to wait. All of that waiting could end up leading to, you know, deployments taking more time. And sometimes you just really want, depending on the change, sometimes you just kind of want to get it done pretty quickly, right? And then again, as I mentioned, you have a smaller code base. You know, I can't really say like how many lines of code is too many lines of code. Only you and your team can really decide that, right? But I think we've all looked at a file that's got like 300, 400, 500 lines of code and are like, man, I really don't understand why it has this many lines of code, right? And so if you have like that and you have a repository that has multiple files like that, right? You're probably thinking to yourself, hey, maybe can we break this down a little bit? But the cons of micro-frontends is honestly, it is complex. As I kind of talk about some of the questions that teams should think about, I'll get into the complexity and you'll see why this was the first thing that I mentioned. In addition, you could end up having code and dependency duplication. Because you know, if everything's in one app, then you really don't have that issue, right? You kind of only need the dependency one time. Maybe only need like a certain type of code one time, or you can kind of like, you know, reuse it. But when you have everything split out, then you have this potential issue where like popular package, I'll think of Tailwind, for example. You know, if each, if you have to use Tailwind in each app, and let's say you have 5 apps, then it's like, woof, do we really need that so many times? And that can lead to having a large build size as you have all of these dependencies. Again, I don't really have kind of like a number for, right, for like what a large build size is, because it just really depends on the app. But at the end of the day, you know, we want to keep this in mind because we don't want to have it so big that it leads to latency issues when users are actually using our site. Okay, so now I'm going to talk about integration. And this is actually the very first question that I think teams should really think about. And that is, which integration method should they use? So we have build time integration, and then there's runtime integration. With build time, essentially if you have your teams divided up, they can go, they can create their apps, and then they can publish them as a package. You know, it's like an NPM package. And so then what will happen is that you can then have another team that has a container app. And with that container app, you can then install each individual micro-frontend, each individual app as a package. And then that container would then just kind of determine like how it all should be, you know, set up, how should all be positioned in the browser. What will happen though is that the container will have to be redeployed anytime one of those apps changes. Now, you know, if someone needs to correct a typo, then that's going to be really annoying, right? Like you make one change to like a color, maybe a few changes to a couple of typos, and then the team that's in charge of that container app would then have to go and install the package again and then do another redeployment. However, this is really easy to set up. You know, if your team is probably really considering it, maybe this could be the way, like a test, just to kind of see if you even like splitting up your apps into separate repositories, and then just kind of get like an easy way to kind of move forward. However, this really does go against the ideas of like the really goals of a micro-frontend, right? Because if you're gonna have separate teams, then you don't really want them all dependent on each other. Because as I mentioned before, one of the drawbacks is deployment bottlenecks, right? And so if you have this one team that's always kind of redeploying, then it's like, well, it's just a little too dependent, and it's just not really like the goal of adopting this architecture. So I mentioned that, you know, when you have build-time integration, you can have this container app. So this container app would then communicate with each app, and as I mentioned, you know, determine when and where to show each app. And then it can also have like some shared UI elements, for example, a header, a footer. So then you don't have to worry about having that in those other like individual apps. You just have this within your container app. And kind of like a little visualization here, right? Kind of have like a container. And then like inside you have your feature, your teams feature, your payments feature, and then your projects feature. And then whatever is included in those apps, you would then kind of position, you know, on the page, right? And now we have runtime integration. So there are a few different ways in which we can do runtime integration. We have server-side composition, which is basically where your backend determines when to load the micro-frontend and when and where to do it. You can also have edge-side composition, which uses a CDN. And then you have client-side, which basically also uses a container app that is deployed separately. And I'll focus more on the client-side composition. Here, your apps are going to be deployed independently. So you have your apps in several repositories, so you don't have to worry about, like, I have the payments feature and then I have the teams feature. If the team with the payments feature has a new change, then they can deploy and they don't have to worry about teams feature, that team in charge of that when they are doing their deployment. Here, the container app will then fetch each app once it's loaded into the browser. The thing about this, though, is that it's more difficult to set up in comparison to build time integration. Because with the build time, you're just installing packages, whereas here, you're actually having to fetch multiple apps. And then once you fetch them, then you actually have to position them all, put them together. So there are some options for runtime. You can use an import map, and I have an example of that on the next slide. You can use iframes, although I don't think many people actually will probably want to use iframes, but they have been used in the past in order to actually implement micro-frontends. And then you can also use web components, which is another thing that, you know, maybe some people don't want to do, or maybe just don't have as much experience with web components. And so, you know, at that point, you may not kind of want to use that, but also another option here. And then with the import app, really it's just you have like a JavaScript tag, and then you would just import your different modules, or in this particular case, also your different apps. So like here, for example, in this code, I just kind of gave like each app, each feature like its own domain. Like here, I just have localhost. But in here, you know, they have each one is at like, one's at localhost 8081, one's at 8082, 8083. So basically you would specify that. And then this would import the apps directly just via a script tag. Okay, so now I want to talk about module federation. Is anyone familiar with module federation or use module federation? Okay, perfect. Okay, so my next question then is really, should you use it? Module Federation, it is a Webpack 5 plugin that was released in 2020. And so here you can actually use it, you can use Module Federation to load external modules and libraries. And you can also use it to import and export your micro-frontend apps. So kind of like how we had that script tag with the import, where you're kind of like importing in the apps, you could actually use Module Federation instead. And it also makes sharing dependencies much easier. You know, that was one of the downsides of adopting the micro-frontend architecture, was that you could end up having dependency duplication. However, with Module Federation, what it can do is it can look and say, hey, you know, we see, I think I used Tailwind as an example. Hey, I see we have Tailwind, you know, in each micro-frontend. Don't think we need to load Tailwind like 4 or 5 times. Although what it can do, what it will also do though, is like, let's say one app maybe had, like, each app has like different versions of Tailwind. It could then like, you know, maybe choose like the highest, the latest version, or it could then also just choose to just use all 5. Just really kind of depends. But one of the things is that, like, you know, if everyone's kind of using the same, then it'll just use that once. So then that will be really helpful, and then that can keep that build size down. And so, yes, actually I have it here in the next slide. So yeah, they choose the highest version of a dependency that's compatible. But if they're not compatible, then each dependency will load. So here's just like a very simple example of where where here you're just using the Module Federation plugin. Here you're just saying like you need to require it. Here it's kind of said, hey, I'm using this port. And then my payments feature, I've kind of like said, this is the file that where like the code is hosted. And then here's what we're going to expose. And then where we have shared, those are the dependencies that will be shared amongst, the different apps. And then in like the container or like the host app, you'll see it's pulling in the remote. So here's the different featured apps. So here you got the teams. I had payments on the last slide, the code for that. So here you have payments and then projects. So then here's where we actually import in those different apps. However, before I get to this next thing, as you heard earlier, many people hate Webpack. So there's a good chance that devs may not actually want to use a Webpack. And so that's one of the reasons why I say, should you use Module Federation? Do you want to use it? If your team is already using Webpack, then sure, it may make perfect sense. However, if your team doesn't currently use it, and if many devs on your team don't like it, then it may not actually be the best option for you. And so then maybe going with the import map, or web components or something else may actually be the better idea. Okay, so now communication. So how will your apps communicate with each other? So first off, micro-frontends, they should not share state. They're separate. We have these different features, teams, payments. We don't want any state from teams being used in payments and vice versa. However, they may need to communicate, right? Like your apps just may need to communicate with each other. Maybe a user's action on, like a user clicks a button, and then that triggers an action. And then when they click that button, then if it's part of the Teams feature, for example, they click that button, and then it triggers an action that's actually part of the payments app. Then it's like, well, we kind of need to communicate so that the user will not, so that if the user clicks, then something will happen. Because if the user clicks and nothing happens, then they're not going to be happy. They're going to be contacting you for support. Hey, why doesn't this work? So we want to keep that to a minimum, but it can happen. And a way that you can communicate between your apps is by using an event bus. So like in this picture here, you see we have this event bus, which essentially is just like, it allows events or like messages to kind of be sent back and forth. So what you could do is you could have one of the apps say, hey, I think of it kind of like a notification, right? So one app could say, like when the user clicks the button, the app could then publish, say, hey, user has clicked button A, right? And then your other micro-frontend apps, if they need to know when a user does this, they can then subscribe to the event, and then once that user clicks the button, they can then be notified of the fact that this action has been triggered. The great thing about this, though, and the reason why I think this is a really great way to communicate when you're using a micro-frontend architecture, is that the apps don't actually need to know where. They don't need to know about each other. So when you have like, app 1 that's publishing, it doesn't need to know like which other apps are actually going to receive this message. And the apps that are receiving the message, they don't need to know like where it's actually coming from. And so that's, in my opinion, really like the best way to kind of keep those apps from being too like tightly coupled. And so, this is one of, there are other ways in which they communicate, but I think this is definitely one of the ideal ways to definitely do that. Okay, so now question number 4 is how will you make sure your apps look consistent? Because this is important. A user goes onto your website, and if the colors are off, if the padding's off, they're going to notice these things, right? And what can cause this is that, if you don't have a single design system, actually, Alex talked about that earlier, right? Having a design system. if your apps are using different component libraries, that can cause an issue. I mean, sure, you have a card from one component library, but if the other one, if you get a card from a second one, some things can just be a little slightly off, and it may just not look great to the user. And remember, we want for them to have a uniform experience. CSS conflicts can totally happen. You know, I mentioned that we can use Tailwind, but hey, what if it's decided one team wants to use Tailwind, one team wants to use vanilla CSS, another team decides to use Bootstrap? You know, even if you think you're choosing the same colors, Bootstrap's yellow could look a little bit different from Tailwind's, like same hex code with yellow, right? And so, and then you can also have those conflicts where one app has like making a change to a button or making a change to something else in the app, but then another app is doing something else. And we know with CSS, one style can override the other, and then that just throws everything off, right? And then another thing that can also lead to consistency issues is teams not using the same frameworks. So I think a lot of times when I've seen talk about micro-frontends, I've kind of seen some say like, oh, one team can use React, one team can use Angular, one team can use Vue. But I mean, do you really want that? Like, because again, you can have consistency issues. And then not only that, it's probably gonna make it even more complex to try to integrate all of these different apps when you have these different frameworks. Well, in React, actually a library, but when you have all of that. And again, you're gonna have those like consistency issues, and a user definitely does not want to see that. Okay, so just to recap. The questions that I've asked so far and that I think teams should think about is like, which integration method should be used? Should modular federation be used? How will apps communicate with each other when necessary, only when necessary? And how will you ensure that your apps are actually have a consistent look? So now my last question is a little bit of a kind of catch-all, because there's so many more questions you could think about, right? You know, there's a complexity. Is it worth it? Is it worth it to your team? Is it worth it to even split up your teams into different features? Could they be split up in some other different way, right? So many just other questions you can ask. However, I think one that really is really important is, will a micro-frontend actually solve the problem? And I think the best way to think about that is, what actually is the problem? Because sometimes we can see, we can learn about something and think, hey, this is a great approach to take, but maybe we haven't really thought through all of the issues and the problems that we're really trying to solve. And that's it for me. Thank you very much, everyone. And thank you to MagnoliaJS just for having me here.
Yes, thank you once again. Mississippi being a buffer between Georgia and Louisiana.
I'll take it.
All right, but you're good. You did great.
Thank you.
Look at that. You know what? You sure you're not from New Orleans? Because there was a lot of reading you was doing.
I was trying to remember everything.
Oh, no, that's that Atlanta kitten in. That's all right, though. No, bang them hands together. Bang them hands together. The good thing we can have, though, we know this for a fact, both the Saints and the Falcons are god-awful this year, so there'll be no fighting about that. They're awful. They're just atrocious. You did? The Super Bowl loss, that was like 37 years ago. Oh no, you're talking about the one. Oh my God. Okay, so here's if you don't know. This is what she's talking about, the billboard. So Atlanta, if you don't know this, we're up. The team was up against the Patriots, 28-3, with like, it was late third quarter. So we in New Orleans were like, oh my God, we have to listen to Tom Brady. You know, the good thing is we don't have to listen to Tom Brady again, right? But it's Atlanta, so we're morally offended. We don't want them to win. So we were actually conflicted until Atlanta pulled the biggest Atlanta in all of Atlanta and lost a 25-point lead in the Super Bowl. My petty city, my ridiculously petty city, started putting up billboards 28-3 everywhere. Like now it's a meme in our city. We are so, yes. No. Oh my God. So that's what you were talking about, the billboard. Yeah, we was petty. Yeah, no. It's funny though, because it wasn't us. That's what she's talking about. All right, you ready? Look, we started the day off. We got some announcements afterwards, but we started the day off, right, with this gentleman giving us something brand new. Now he's back. You ready, my brother? Look what he's wearing on his shirt. What's on your shirt, bro?
So this is, so I grew up playing roller hockey. And I play ice hockey now, but I grew up playing roller hockey.
Roller hockey.
There's a professional roller hockey league, and my brother found this vintage shirt.
Professional roller hockey.
Yeah, it's not there. It's not around anymore.
Wow, I'm shocked. Yeah. You mean the professional roller hockey team collapsed?
Believe it or not, yeah.
Oh, that's wild. That's the Atlanta Fire Ants.
Yeah, and on top of that, there were fire ants.
That's nice. All righty. You ready to do your thing, man? Now, this time he's going to do his thing. This is his thing that he normally does. This morning you got to see him branch out to a new thing. But you ready, my brother?
Ready.
Ladies and gentlemen, the coolest thing to come out of Atlanta.
Well, I'm actually from Columbia, South Carolina.
That's what I figured. Look at that. Look at this. Man, get out of my face. Give it up for Taylor!
Is it on now? There you go. Woo! Hello. Hello. Can you hear me? Everything good? Sweet. Awesome. All right. So this talk was originally called Manifesto and Hiring, and I am hot right now. Okay. Manifesto and Hiring, and I was really stopped up cold last week, and I was really high on Sudafed for a week. And so I thought it was best to completely rip apart all my talks, rewrite a few, restructure a few. So actually this talk is kind of restructured. So the talk is called Manifesto and Hiring. This talk was originally geared towards hiring manager engineering leaders. But the one thing I continually, anyone in here a hiring decision maker in any way, shape, or form? Okay, a few of y'all. So I'm structuring more towards to the individual looking for a job. I think that needs to be talked with more, usually with larger audience, and I talk kind of hiring stuff. But since everybody here primarily are not decision makers, we're going to go talk about pretty much the most mishaps I see when it comes to interviewing. And listen, I'm going to be quick. We've had a long day, a lot of great speakers, but I know a lot of us just need a brain break. So I'm going to be quick, and I'm just going to hit the high points. I'll answer any questions if there are any, and we'll try to get out here pretty quickly. So the first thing is, listen, when it comes to the job search, people just don't have time to talk to you. They just don't have to. Do I need to stay still? I need to stay still. How about now? Stay still now? Sound like a snake. I'm a slithery snake. Everybody seen that TikTok meme? I think it was Vine, actually. That's old. Vine. Yeah, I'm a snake. All right, we good? We good, sweet. All right, so networking in the DMs, right? So one of my talks, I talk about networking, and I talked about content earlier this morning. When it comes to the job search, you have to leverage LinkedIn. Who on here at least gets on LinkedIn once a day? I'm not talking about posting. I'm just saying logs onto LinkedIn and lurks in the shadows and doesn't engage with anybody. All right. I want everybody's hands raised, hopefully by the end of this talk. But what I'm saying is that in today's world, I've talked with so many engineering leaders. Kelly Vaughn, if you know her, she and I text all the time. She posted one job a while back for a senior staff level engineer. She got over 300 applicants in 24 hours. All right. When it comes to, there was another individual on a Slack channel I'm a part of, an engineering Slack channel I'm a part of. It was a director of engineering. He posted today that he posted 3 jobs yesterday and got 700 resumes. Right? Listen, at the end of the day, people are hiring right now. I'm getting this question a lot too. This isn't the part of my talk, but we're just going to have kind of a fireside chat right now. A lot of people have been asking me, Taylor, where's the market heading? Where are we at right now? It's getting better, right? Here's some telltale signs. First off, a lot of my content that I produce actually just poll the audience because I want to see what engineers are seeing. The thing I'm starting to hear from engineers, I'm getting more DMs. There's an uptick. It's not a lot, but there's an uptick, right? On my end, I'm seeing my recruiter friends get hired at companies. So what does that mean? Potential hiring upcoming, right? And then I'm also seeing a lot of job postings for recruiters as well, right? So things are heading in the right direction. However, the problem is in this market is that it is way oversaturated with engineers, and really good engineers, mind you, because of the correction that had to happen from 2020 to 2022. So what I want to get at today is the one thing I want to talk about is you have to network, but people don't have time to network. One of the things I've preached a lot about, if you follow my content for a little bit, I always say, hey, message hiring managers, message engineering leaders, and ask them, hey, do you have a few minutes to chat? But after listening, even though I like to run my mouth, you can ask my wife, and sometimes I don't listen, you can also ask my wife. But after listening to you all, one of the things I've realized with engineering leaders is none of y'all got time to talk to anybody. Y'all just don't. None. Zero. Absolutely not. So I've asked a lot of engineering leaders, well, how can people get in touch with you? You know what I continually hear? The DMs, the comments, the likes. Listen, I don't get to talk to Michael a lot. I love this dude to death. So what do? I know he's busy. He just moved to a new house. Congratulations, by the way, right? In Iowa. It's crazy to me. You just don't exude Iowa vibes. But all that being said, I connect with him on Twitter, right? Hey, I tweet at him. I like his comments, right? I want him to know, like, hey, I see you, right? Hiring managers are going to need that. You have to be on top of people's minds because at the end of the day, if you submit your application after you engage with a hiring manager 50 times over the course of a month, there's only 30 days in a month, so that's a little over one a day. It's not being creepy. Don't do 50 times in a day. You'll get blocked and things will get weird. Don't do that. But if you continually do that once a day for 30 days and that hiring manager posts a job, who do you think they're going to recognize the name? Yours. Why? Because you've been commenting, you've been engaging, you've been liking their stuff, right? So that's incredibly, incredibly important. Next thing, power of showing up. All right, listen. Show up in the comments. Show up in the live streams, right? I have a daily live stream. A lot of y'all stream on Twitch, on YouTube. Who in here streams at least once a week? Raise your hand. Look around. All of y'all should be in all of our streams saying, hey, DeMars drops into mine, right? He's a constant offender, right? I love it though, right? Because you know what? Chris, I see you, right? I know he's there. Show up to meetup, show up to these things. Listen, I'm going to tell you this, like, meetups are struggling, conferences are struggling, right? The things we take for granted when they're gone, we're going to miss them, right? That didn't make any sense. The things that we show up to consistently when we take them for granted, that's right. Words are hard right now, right? Words are hard. It's fine. It's been a long day. And so show up, right? Brady, I'll give a shout out to Brady. Brady's in my live stream. Brady comments. Brady's here, right? That's you, man. I was like, shit, did I get his name wrong? Should have gone downhill real fucking fast, right? Sorry, I cursed. We're at the end of the day. Who gives a fuck? So anyways, all that being said, right? So like, again, right? But I know who he is. There is power to that. If Brady needs something, I'm going to help him. Why? Because he shows up to my shit. And that's incredibly, incredibly important. Right? The next thing I want to talk about is preparing for interviews. Listen, you can no longer sleepwalk through interviews. I don't care how talented you are. I don't. Because as I said, there's 300 applications for one senior job. There's 700 applications for 3 jobs posted. And you're just going to sit here and not know what the damn company does when you interview with them? What are you doing? Because I will tell you this, that's going to hurt you in the long run. Because listen, the tech community, very small. Very small. We all talk. I've gotten some tea since I've been here. We all talk. So if you show up to these interviews and you bomb or you burn bridges or you talk shit, they're going to find out, right? You have to prepare, right? Try to find a commonality. Listen, most people in interviews, the problem that people struggle with interviews is you don't know how to turn an interview into a conversation. All y'all sit here like it's damn speed dating. They go, what's your name? Taylor. What do you do? I'm a recruiter. What do you recruit? Developers. How long you been doing it? 12 years. And you get an interview like, damn, that wasn't fun. Well, yeah, no kidding. If somebody interviewed you like that on a date and you didn't talk back to them, would you enjoy that? No? Some of y'all single in here are like, wait a minute. Right? Try to find commonalities. One of the things that I recommend doing is research the individual that you're interviewing with. And look at their LinkedIn, look at commonalities, right? I went to University of South Carolina, right? If I was interviewing with Kayla went to Mississippi State. That's the only football team that we've been able to beat this year at South Carolina. That's not the point. The point of the matter is, I hope we beat Missouri this weekend. The point of the matter is that if I interview with Kayla, I would try to work, and if Kayla goes, hey, tell me about yourself, I would say, hey, Kayla, my name's Taylor. We're fellow SEC alumni. Oh, really? What school did you go to? South Carolina. Oh, no, I went to Mississippi State. Girl, I know. That's why I brought it up. Right? And then all of a sudden, like, the wall's down. The wall's down. Same thing with dating, right? When I met my wife, now wife, right? We met on Tinder. She had some information on our Tinder profile. I leveraged that in the interview. Yes, I said interview, not date. You can ask her. It wasn't an interview. I'm sorry, Jackie, if you watch this in the future. Right? Also, another thing, too, have pen and paper, and your physical resume in front of you. You're like, Taylor, what 1992 bullshit are you talking about right now? Right? Here's the deal. I don't care how good you think you know your background, you don't know your background. And you have to tailor it to the job you're interviewing for. Right? So what happens is I've talked to a few engineering leaders about this on social media. I said, hey, how would it be perceived if I'm interviewing with you and I'm looking at the computer typing notes while you're talking? Every single engineering leader I've talked to, they're going to go, well, that would be a little off-putting. I said, okay, what if I preface before the interview and I say, hey, I have a pen and paper in front of me. I'm going to be jotting down notes as you're talking. I just want to give you a heads up. Every single engineering leader that I've talked to goes, that is a much better approach. Because I will tell you this, I'm an interrupter. Anybody in here interrupt other people too when they talk? Anybody else got that problem? A lot of us. Yeah, that's why we're here. Because we're the social people, right? Kind of. And so the last thing you want to do is like lose your train of thought. I lose my train of thought all the time. Or interrupt somebody during an interview consistently, right? Or constantly. That would not be good. Also, prepare your sizzle, right? I'm not talking about the sizzle at Chili's when they bring out the fajitas, which, by the way, did you see on TikTok the other day? It's just water. It's just, I was so disappointed. I didn't know that. Well, I worked at Outback. I didn't know. Also, when am I going to ask you about Chili's? I got really distracted there. So, yeah, right? Very disappointed. The things you learn on TikTok. When it comes to the sizzle, it's different in your elevator pitch. What is the sizzle to what you do as it relates to the job you're interviewing with? Hey, tell me about yourself. Okay, that's the sizzle as it relates to the job. If you're interviewing for a senior lead, tech lead, 10X developer role, I don't need you to talk about what you did 10 years ago when you were an intern. That doesn't apply to what this role is. So please know your sizzle as it relates to the role. This gentleman's over my bullshit. He's leaving. Interview follow-up. Listen, last few things. Love you, brother. One, bring the energy. Bring a vibe. Right? When it comes to interviewing, listen, you're just trying to find a long-term friend. Maybe short-term. I don't know. Right? It's just vibes. Right? I was talking with my CEO that I work with, and he and I were talking about my interview. I've been there for 3 months now, so we can finally like kind of bullshit a little bit. And he was like, man, you're just a vibe. He was like, we want to hire good people here who bring energy that like I can talk to, and like you bring the noise every day, right? And even as an individual contributor, you still need to exude energy, right? I'm talking about separating yourself from the 300 applicants. You're not going to do it by just go, my name's Taylor, this is what I do. Again, you got to ask yourself at the end of every interview, would I call me back? Thank God my wife took me back for a second, because I would have not have called me back after that first interview, right? Second thing, make sure you are visually presenting yourself well. I got some pushback from this online. I tweeted this. I test out all my conference talks on Twitter. I'm not asking you to go get Botox. I'm not asking you to go get your nails done before an interview. But at the end of the day, all I'm asking you is to have a little bit of a ring light, a decent webcam, and maybe a mic. If anything, just maybe have headphones in and you're not using computer audio. Listen, we live in a virtual world now. That's why shit like this is so important. But we live in a virtual world. How you present yourself, the moment the Zoom pops up, the moment the Zoom opens, that is your first impression. That is the first impression a manager may have of you. So what do you look like? Do you look like you're like held hostage in some refugee camp? Right? Some of y'all do. And at the end of the day, will that make you not get a job? No, probably not, but it's not a great first impression. You're already digging yourself out of a hole, right? Angie, if Angie was still here, Angie and I, when I interviewed her on my podcast, she had like 1,000 applicants for a staff level job. 1,000. She literally openly admitted that she looked for anything to reject a person because she had to. She had to. Because she had 1,000 people to get through. Right? So again, presentation is everything. Ask questions. Listen, again, dating, job search, a lot in common here. When you go on a date and you just sit there and you're not engaging and you're not asking questions or the other person isn't, have we all been on dates like that? I have. I have. It's weird. You're like, the hell's your problem? Same thing. The end of the interview, hey, listen, do you have any questions? And you go, no, you answered all of them. Bullshit. You usually didn't do your homework and you forgot to make them up. Right? Go to my page, gun.io/Taylor. I have a bunch of questions for you that you can ask as it relates to a ton of different areas within the job. All right, let's see here. Listen, research the people outside the organization that left the organization. A little bit of hack, right? If you want to go work for a company, you're unsure about them, go find people who left lately. Just send them a DM, be like, hey, I'm looking to interview. If people message me about the company like I left from, I'll give them the good, bad, and ugly, right? You know, it was mainly good. I was there for 12 years, right? People are willing to do that. Do the research before you make a jump. Don't really look into Glassdoor. Listen, Glassdoor is kind of like Google reviews, right? Most people bitch more than they compliment, right? So just, again, keep that in mind. I understand it's important. Do the research. I get it. Maybe address some issues on Glassdoor. But at the end of the day, it's not the end all be all. Also, final thing, too, as I wrap up here, be kind. Be kind. Hiring managers still don't have their first choice, their second choice, even their third choice right now. Trust me, I've asked people. The market, right, because there's a saturation of people, but still good engineers are still being taken off the market. If a hiring manager is interviewing you, you're probably interviewing elsewhere, and so that person may not take that job, right? And if you get the rejection email or the rejection call, which companies, we need to be doing that shit, right? And you get that call, and you get irate with me. I literally had an engineer with me get irate with me 2 weeks ago. Pissed off at me. I got rejected. Okay, listen, I get it. I understand. We didn't give you feedback. And as somebody who preaches feedback, let me go find feedback for you. I went and got feedback. I messaged him the feedback. He got even angrier at me. He literally goes, I'm more angry at you now. I'm like, what the hell? Like, I just did the thing you asked me to do. Now, how we operate is a little different at Gun.io, but at the end of the day, if that individual would have been kind to me and said, you know what, listen, I get it, I understand that makes a lot of sense, and we had another position that could have been a fit for me, I would have fought to get him in. Or my absolute best. But the fact of the matter is that he got defensive with me. I don't want him to represent us in that job. Because if he gets defensive with me, he could get defensive with my client, and I don't want that, right? And so be mindful of this stuff. Yes, ma'am. I grew up Southern Baptist in the South. Yes, ma'am. No, ma'am. Yes, sir. Thank you. Listen, it goes a long way. It goes a long, long way. So, anyways, I'm gonna wrap up here. Are there any questions when it comes to interviewing, or are y'all tired and just want to get out of here?
No, you answered them all.
There you go. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it. Y'all have a good one.
I'm a jerk. No, two things. First of all, I love, who gave him a Red Bull or whatever that was? What is that?
It's just water.
Sure it is.
I went back to my hotel room and holed up for the last like 3 hours. That's why.
All right, no problem. Two things. He didn't. I will say this. Amazing. This is someone I will never, if I want to, I'll never have to interview for a job ever, because I am a physics and math teacher in this country. I could walk in the room holding a severed polar bear head. They're gonna hire me. All right. So I don't have to interview. But I will tell you something that I don't know if he got to this. If you have to interview for something, read the room. Mr. Taylor, did you talk about read the room? Where'd he went? Damn, that dude's fast. All right. Well, let me tell you what that is. Quick start, 2 seconds, we're going to get out of here. Because I've been teaching for 750 years, we were hiring a new curriculum coordinator. So the people coming in, one guy in particular, assumed that everyone there was an administrator. But the teacher who had 30 plus years was sitting in the room too. And homeboy came in, and the first thing he let us know is all the stuff that he did to make sure teachers understood their role and how he got teachers under control. And I'm sitting here, a brother sitting here going, hey, you suck. No, no, no. And so afterwards, I looked at my boss and I went, nah, not this brother. Because you didn't read the room. When you go into an interview, read the room. You don't know who's sitting across from you. That could be everybody from the CEO to the dude that cleans the toilet. I'm gonna tell you why that's important, because if that person looks and says, I don't like his vibe, you don't know what position that guy has in that office. Make sure if you interview, and this is not from a professional, this is from a teacher. 30 plus years, I've had to sit on commissions and boards watching new teachers come in. I actually interview any new math teachers coming into my school, right? And I'm not a fancy administrator. So when you're doing the stuff that Mr. Taylor was telling about, just make sure the kindness matters, but make sure that you read that room to see who's in there and do your research. Because most of these fancy companies, I assume, you can go to their websites and find who these people are. Can you? I don't know. Can you? Let me ask you. You have a job. Can I go to the website and see? Right. So find out who's there. All right. You have been amazing today. Give yourselves a round of applause. Y'all have been amazing. Okay, here's the fun part. Everything's been the fun part. Number one, let's applaud this venue. Give it up for this venue. It's actually beautiful. The people who work here, amazing. Number two, the sound folks, Mr. Alex, and I don't know the other gentleman's name. I'm sorry. Mr. Tom, there you go. Wave to that dude. The sound people have been amazing. The young lady who has been quietly walking around and trying to make some of you look as pretty as me. The young lady with the camera, what's your name, ma'am? What is it? Did she say Ramsey? Ramsey, give it up for Ramsey. The young lady at the desk, hey, boo. We don't, you better than your son. You know that, right? Okay, good, as long as you know it. Give it up for that young lady who's been keeping it down. The lady in the gift shop has been amazing. Of course, make all kind of noise for Kayla and Richard. Make all kind of noise. And the young lady, Miss Kayla, I don't remember her name. The young lady who came that helps with the little kid who's amazing. Miss Monica. Yes, give it up for Miss Monica, who might not be here, but I wanted to feel the love. Everybody's been so amazing. What's that? Wow. It's like I'm back in class. We went over that. Jeez, look at your notes. All right, so it's been amazing. What's really cool, we get to turn around and do this again tomorrow, right? I've got even better shoes tomorrow. Yeah, I know. Woo! And we've got some great people talking. We had wonderful people today. But listen to this. In that lineup, I'm going to be making fun of him. I'm going to be making fun of him. And I'm definitely going to be making fun of Lobster Boy. So it's going to be a party tomorrow. Miss Kayla, don't we have some stuff that we need to take care of? Is something happening after we all leave? Well, we got the special things. One moment. Hold on a second. Yeah. Oh. Let's see. There it is. Nope, that's not the one. What? Got it. No, God damn it, come back. There it is. Okay, there them people is. Yeah, okay. So look, go away. Get clean. That means bathe, all right? Get clean, right? And then come back at about 7 o'clock, right, Miss Kayla? Yes, there will be adult beverages, right? But there will also be beverages of the soda and water type, right? And tea and things of that nature, just to come and chat outside of the business forum. So we make sure that we come back here. Miss Kayla, when are you kicking them out? 7 o'clock until? 9 at the latest. Okay, that we can do that. We're not doing one of that dude's parties. We're not doing that 4 to 4 a.m. thing. We're not doing that, right? But, you ready? You're going to do a giveaway? All right. So now we have a giveaway. Yes. Oh, yeah, cash bar. Right. And also, oh, wait, don't do what I do. Make sure, I'll just say it right now, we all whip out the card, right? But remember, there are going to be people working there, so make sure you have some cash on you, right, for the cash bar, because I've waited. If you've not waited tables or bartended, raise your hand, you've done it, right? So make sure that you bring some cash with you. I'm guilty of walking around with just a card. What else we got? Right, cool. The tea and stuff will continue to be free. You ready? Cool. Oh, wait, what about the costume? Did you do costume? Yes, costume contest. And the winner of the costume contest, I'm just going to look up there like it was. Okay. The winner of the costume contest
is Abby.
Abby! Woo! You are the best Barbie in the world. That's the singing I'm doing. Y'all wait. There it is. Oh, wait, there's more pictures we can take. Okay. Yeah, okay, great. Woo! Thank you. Woo! Now we will have still a contest tomorrow too, right? All right, so make sure you go home, and when you come back, you look really like you went out. Barbie, you did great. I like that. All right, what do we got? We're going to give away, and the winner is, oh, thank you. Oh. Connor? No, okay. Yes, go. Let's got it. Wow, you're getting really bad at it. Kenya. Oh, yay! Thank you, Miss Kenya. Thank you, so kind. Wait, and you can get a picture with Miss Lonnie, because she's actually the more talented one and cuter one. So right back there. There she is. Come on up with the cat ears. I didn't even thank Lonnie for being awesome. Thank you. She's been at the table. She donated. She deals with me. That's the hard part. Yeah, that's most importantly, I know. All right, so listen up. When you get ready to roll out, number one, pick up your trash from around you. Right, I see, is that your can of death water? You're going to pick it up though, right? You're a good dude. Pick up your trash. Make sure the gift shop is still open if you need to grab a last-minute item. Lonnie's still there at the table. You are awesome. We'll see some of you tonight, but we'll see all of you tomorrow. Have a great one. Oh, no. No.
Somewhere the pages start to turn, and somebody whispers, I need this. I will do anything just to make you see. Don't apologize for what's in your dreams. Maybe this time will be different. the temple of our life, showing us visions of the future.